Kinerik heter jeg. Kjapp bakgrunnssak på hele gildet her. Det var en liten tur ned til Dubai, og så langt nede en Sambuca, eller 10 eller 14, så fant vi ut det at det skulle være sånne her Cardano Summiter. Så på litt vrien norsk, så ringte jeg til Thomas, min kjære moderator, og bare sa, her må vi søke. Og det gjorde at da fikk vi lov til å arrangere Cardano Summit i fjor, midt oppe i koronaen. Det ble alkohol ut av det også, og god stemning. Og så har vi fått lov til å gjøre det her en gang til. Det er ikke dårlig. Så litt mer aktiviteter denne gangen enn vi hadde sist. Jeg vet ikke om dere har tatt en liten sånn runde litt lokal her, så har vi demo av 3D-printing. Vi har en sånn VR-zone. Vi har et lykkehjul, hvor du kan vinne Cardano merch og swags der ute. Vi har en sånn fotoboot inne i hjørnet her også, som tar bilder, og så blir det hostet ut på Twitter. Hvis dere tar noen egne bilder og sånn, så er det innmari kult om dere tar også slenger på Cardano Summit 2022 som en hashtag, eller kanskje Cardano Oslo. Da har vi en greie. I goodiebagen deres, var derfor jeg spurte skjønner du, om alle som hadde fått det, så skal det ligge en QR-kode. Den kan dere skanne, og så mynte en NFT. Jeg har litt ADA i den walleten, for det er transaksjonsgebyr der. Det her er ikke Ethereum, så dere blir ikke blakkere. Hva kan jeg si om... Jeg kan jo si det at en av 100 sånne her NFTs er en sånn gull in gold. Hvis dere får en av den, så enten ta kontakt med meg eller Thomas Lindseth, så skal vi fortelle videre. Hallo på dere, velkommen. Skal vi fortelle hva dere skal gjøre med den? En annen sak også er det at det er ikke bare i dag vi holder på. Vi holder på litt i morgen også, men da er vi ikke her, da er vi ute på den store YouTuben. Og der vil vi ta for oss litt av det som har skjedd i det store utlandet. Og da kan dere også være med på denne virtuelle verden som Cardano har fyrt i gang. Og det er også mye moro som skjer. Yes. For noe mer lurt da. Sånn rent administrativt. Vi har nødutganger her. Bortover hele her. Toaletter inn til høyre. Garderobe er det også. Mat og drikke blir servert der ute. Det blir en sånn todelt sak. Det er både for de som kjører og ikke kjører, og de som ikke har tenkt å kjøre på veldig lenge også. For noe mer spennende skal vi ha på oss. Jeg har jo lyst til å sende en stor takk da, til Cardano Foundation. Fordi at de er med å sponse og dra lasset på dette her. Det koster litt kroner. Vi er godt inne i sånn 6-sifra beløp her. Building on Cardano, det er også en hashtag dere kan bruke. Når dere er rundt og tar bilder, og kanskje dere spinner på lykkehjulet og tester VR-briller. Så vil jeg selvfølgelig sende en takk til Emergo, som også er med og drar lasset. Ja, jeg vet ikke, NIDO har vi med oss i dag. Jeg kan jo si litt om det vi skal gjøre i dag. Vi skal starte, skal vi holde oss litt sånn NFT, CNFT-verden. Hvis dere har sett det ute, så har vi med oss noen av de kjente fra CNFT. NIDO jo det som jeg har fått sansen for i hvert fall. Det litt fordi at jeg veldig glad i musikk selv. Så hvert øyeblikk så kommer NIDO opp. Så nok en gang, hjertelig velkommen. Det blir bra å ha dere med.
Dear blockchain citizens, dear Cardano community, welcome to the Cardano Summit of 2022. How wonderful it is to have a global gathering with more than 50 community-led events, just like this one, happening across the world. This year's summit is all about celebrating the evolution of the ecosystem, exploring and debating our future decentralized governance, encouraging the future of blockchain technology, and empowering the community. So I'm very happy that you're here today, and thank you for your fantastic contribution, making Cardano a spark of hope to a decentralized, better future with the human in the center. The Cardano Foundation hopes you enjoy the summit, that you explore the panels and the virtual summit lodge, but also that you take some time to talk and debate with each other. We are looking forward to a future where we all build on Cardano together.
Yeah. Okay. Da var han fornøyd. Mye av det som var så hemmelig, så selv ikke jeg har fått sett på noe av det som på denne sliden før, typ et kvarter før i stad. Anyway, folkens, jeg skal ikke bable mer. NIDO, du her? Kom da. Kom og fortell litt hvordan det med Cardano og NFTs og musikk.
Hei, hører dere meg? Hei alle sammen, jeg har litt mer hjerterytmen enn musikken på videoen. Første gang. Hva det trykker på her, Ken Erik?
Grønn knapp.
Grønn knapp. Der. Hei, NIDO. Jeg begynte som hobbymusiker fra bygda. Mye av grunnen til at jeg driver med musikk-NFTs, som sikkert veldig dere spør, hva det? Hva NFTs? Non-fungible tokens. Jeg begynner med inspirasjonen min. I fjor, i november-desember, så jeg har hatt et par sanger på Spotify, ikke noe feedback, det blir litt upersonlig. I'm sorry. I'd rather not. If it's okay. Jeg begynte da i fjor etter noen sanger på Spotify som for meg blir veldig upersonlig, så jeg fikk ikke noe driv til å drive videre, til å fortsette med musikk. Men så ble jeg interessert i NFTs. Mange av dere ser det sikkert på det som bilder, bare bilder som alle kan kopiere og dele. Jeg skal ikke gå noe mer inn spesifikt på hva NFTs men det litt mer. Jeg ble medlem av en community som heter Pavia, som et Metaverse-prosjekt på Cardano. Veldig involvert der, ble kjent med mange. Og så kom det opp i en samtale, hvem det som lager musikk her? Jeg, sa jeg. Jeg lager musikk. Og kan vi høre? Ja, det kan dere. Og så lager jeg en sang til de. Bare en random sang av det som inspirerte meg da. Og det var det veldig mange som likte. Jeg fikk veldig god respons. Det hjelper jo så klart på selvtillit og selvfølelse når du driver med musikk. Og så spurte de om hvor kan jeg mynte den sangen? Og da, ja, hvor kan du det? Så jeg prøvde da å lære meg hvordan jeg kan mynte sangene mine som NFT-er. Og gjorde det og laget en EP i januar i år. Min første NFT, musikk-NFT, som jeg ser på som litt gammeldags CD-salg eller kassettsalg. Det mange som har sagt det at hvis du hadde reist tilbake til 80-tallet og sett en person som selger CD-er ut av, eller mixtapes ut fra bagasjen på bilen sin, så det meg. Og det litt sånn jeg ser på da, at folk kan støtte meg som en musiker ved å mynte NFT-ene mine, og den prisen jeg setter, den prisen de villige til å betale, de pengene går rett til meg, uten noen mellommenn som skal bestemme hvor mange prosenter jeg får. Jeg beholder alle rettighetene mine selv til sangene mine. Ja, litt sånn basis. Så skal jeg bare finne jukselappen min. Det var litt av starten. Inspirasjonen min jo, jeg veldig spontan, så jeg lager musikk av alt som kan inspirere meg. Og det liker jeg veldig godt da med NFTs og communities på Cardano, fordi du kommer så tett på folk. Det gjør det ikke som en vanlig musiker, andre enn management eller andre artister, men som musiker på blokkjede og en community, så får du mye mer kontakt med folk som liker det du lager og vil støtte deg for det. Så det det som inspirerer meg og involverer meg med personer som kan da, ja, eksempel så har jeg laget en sang til en person i et NFT-prosjekt som ja, ga meg bare inspirasjon til å gjøre det, og folk likte det. Det endte opp med en EP, en annen EP, som jeg myntet. Og det igjen, nærhet, en community som støtter deg, som veldig mye av den inspirasjonen. Jeg nevnte Pavia, som et Metaverse-prosjekt. Du har et annet prosjekt, så jeg har på meg en fin t-skjorte i dag, som står NIDO på, og så det et bilde. Det fra et prosjekt som heter Disco Solaris. Det for øvrig en EP, en musikk som jeg lagde inspirert av de. Som, ja, det NFT-er gir deg tilhørighet, og tilhørighet med på å inspirere, styrke kreativitet, for det blir veldig fjernet, veldig stressende å lage musikk utifra hva du tror folk liker, hva du tror folk vil ha. NFT-biten gir deg og krever litt kreativitet tilbake, og du kan lage ting akkurat som du vil, og folk, ja, det kan hende noen slutter, for du endrer deg hele tiden, men det alltid noen nye som vil støtte deg fordi at du lager det du vil, da, og de kjenner deg igjen. Jeg har jo en av mine største supportere her, 2 faktisk, ene fra Pavia-communityen, det liksom ikke mange fra Norden, og at 2 av dem fra Norge, det jo veldig artig. Og han ene, han fra Gjøvik, så veldig nærme meg. Og de har vært store støttespillere og encouraget meg til å lage videre musikk. Ja, det var litt det på community. den tilhørigheten som du får med artist i forhold til NFT og Web3 kontra vanlig Web 2, kaller jeg det da. Web 2, Web 3, Web 2-musikk, eller Web 2-artist. Over til musikk NFTs, eller NFTs. Jeg har vært gjennom litt på snart et år. Det er blitt en ganske stor del av Cardano NFT-communityen, ikke så veldig mye på andre ting. Jeg liker NFTs, og det er det som gir meg inspirasjon. Jeg har et par bilder under musikk NFTs, som litt forskjellige prosjekter som bygger på Cardano for å gjøre artistliv enklere, og gjøre det enklere for supportere å støtte oss på en direkte måte, utenom å ha 10 millioner streams på Spotify. For det tror jeg helt ærlig at jeg ikke hadde klart. Jeg lager litt sånn gammel 80-talls synthwave-musikk, og det er ikke så veldig mainstream eller populært. Jeg vet ikke hvor mange av dere her som hører på synthwave eller 80-talls inspirert musikk. Ja, det vet jeg. Og det er jo Eystein. Så vi har en av de første artist-communityene som jeg har vært en del av, er The Listening Room. Ser du logoen til her? Kan dere sjekke på Twitter hvis dere vil. Det er en hub med musikere, produsere, sangere som vil prøve å lage musikk og mynte på blockchain for å utforske. Og vi har da gjennom et år nå støttet hverandre, vi hjelper hverandre med hvordan vi gjør ting, vi hjelper med teorier, hvordan vi gjør ting på Cardano. Og mange av de har igjen blitt en stor del av NFT-prosjekter, laget NFT-prosjekter. Vi har Six City, som står der. De fleste er sånn vel her fordi de kjenner Cardano. Og hver 5. dag så er det jo lønning, som Ken-Erik sier på stream innimellom. Og da Six City, de har onboardet artister etter hver epoke. Så hvis du, vet ikke om de fleste av dere kjenner Drip Drops eller Tap Tools, men der kan du i hvert fall claime en gratis sang hver epoke av en artist fra Six City. Og det kan være artister fra Web 2 som vil prøve seg og se hva er det NFT-er går ut på. Hvordan støtte kan jeg få? Ja, gir veldig mye opplæring da. Vi har Newum, som er øverst og høyre. Det er et prosjekt som lager sin egen protokoll på Cardano for streaming på blockchain i stedet for Spotify. Og det formålet er å fjerne da middlemen, sånn at mer støtte går til artister. Jeg hadde et samarbeid med de nå i høst, hvor for å vise proof of concept som de har. Det første proof of concept de har er at du kan selge rettighetene til forskjellige rettigheter til sangene dine. Jeg valgte å lage en sang som vi slapp på Spotify, som ble fraksjonalisert og solgt, streamingrettigheter. Så 100% av alle streamingrettighetene mine til en sang som heter Love in the Water, som jeg har på Spotify, går til holdere av de som vil støtte meg ved å mynte de fraksjonaliserte rettighetene til den sangen. Og de da jobber med egen plattform, altså streamingplattform, så det er ikke oppe og går ennå, men det er på tur. Over til Soundrig, øverst til venstre, en annen tilbyder eller prosjekt av musikk-NFTs, som gjør at du kan gjøre det jeg har gjort. Fra tidlig av så gjorde jeg ville bare få musikken min ut, vise hvordan musikk jeg kunne ha, være litt først på alt. Men Soundrig, de har gjort, du kan fortsatt gjøre det, men det er kun holderen av en NFT som kan høre på musikken i en NFT. Det kunne ikke gjøre veldig fra tidlig. Da blir det som piratkopiere CD-er, eller alle kunne gå inn på Pool PM, vet ikke om noen av dere er kjent med det, på NFTs. Og så finne mediefilene, laste dem ned, og så spille av så mange ganger du vil, litt sånn gamle Winamp. Sikkert noen av dere som kjenner Winamp, vil jeg tro, fra tidlig 2000-tallet. Litt på samme måte, og det har det vært, litt sånn Ville Vesten. Og jeg har vært litt privilegert å kunne bli med i den Ville Vesten og finne ut hvordan ting har fungert, hvordan vi vil at ting kan fungere for å kunne tilby artister en litt mer stabil mulighet med musikk-NFTs da, på Cardano, som da valgte plattformen, så klart. Det som skjer på Soundrig er at du minter for eksempel 50 låter, eller en sang blir minta i 50 eksemplarer, med kanskje forskjellige albumcover, eller akkurat samme som LP-er, gamle LP-er eller vinnerplater. Folk samler på vinnerplater, litt à la med NFTs. Du kan minte en sang som helt egen, og så det bare du selv som holder en som kan høre på. Det er ingen andre som kan høre på den versjonen eller den sangen. Og det i hovedsak det musikk-NFTs etter min erfaring gjennom det siste året som en blockchain-artist å kunne se verdien som har blitt borte i litt som å være artist. For det hele tiden jag på du må lage en sang som treffer millioner av mennesker. Hvis ikke, så har du ikke suksess. Og det må hele tiden være noen bak for å kunne generere exposure og vise deg fram. Men med musikk-NFTs eller med blockchain så har vi muligheten nå til at dere som her i rommet nå kunne ha støttet meg eller støttet noen andre med en release som kunne ha gjort at den artisten kan ha en minimumslønn for eksempel, da, i stedet for å hele tiden jage etter millioner av stream på YouTube og Spotify. Så jeg tror musikken blir litt bedre. Vi får litt mer variasjon i musikken fremover. Det ser jeg selv, etter at jeg ikke lager mainstream-musikk selv. Ja, det community og musikk-NFTs. Det går veldig mye på community. Du må ha tilhørighet til supporterne dine. Du må ikke, men det er der du får inspirasjon ifra. Du lager jo musikk for at noen skal høre på det. I hvert fall jeg. Og det der, ja. Jeg vet ikke hva for noe mer hva jeg skal si om det. Det i bunn og grunn det jeg mener industrien bør være. Lag musikk for det du vil. Lag det du vil. Og så hvis noen vil støtte deg i det, så bør du ha mulighet til å gjøre det, utenom at noen bestemmer hvor penger går hen, eller hvem som har rettighetene dine. Og med det, then I'm going to say something in English, because I have... we talked about projects earlier, and one of the projects that inspired a lot of my music is Disco Solaris. And that's one of the profile pictures I'm wearing today. And I've been lucky enough to be collaborating with a Polish artist called Amber VHS. She's the main artist of that project. She's a pop star in Poland, actually. And through blockchain and NFTs and through the community in Disco Solaris, I've been able to work with her, and we've actually made a song together that we're going to reveal today. And that's the album cover. Yay! And it's going on streaming platforms in December. But more details to come soon. And yeah, that's it. Yeah? Question?
These platforms where creators can make music in their videos. now we see TikTok, now the social media booming. Why not we have a platform that, okay, you buy an NFT, then you have the rights of the song, which obviously you have, and you can use them in your creative videos. This, I think, is something that not many talk about it, and I think it's quite interesting. What if we have a platform like that, right? Where you as a creator can support other artists and use their work in your work.
Yeah, yeah, because I see what you mean, and the only alternative like in Web 2 that we have now is on TikTok, you can choose songs from a list of pre-curated songs, so you can't have everything, I think, or maybe you can search for on Spotify, or, but yeah, I'm not sure what project, or if there's any project that's doing it, but no, but it's a really good idea. Yeah.
But imagine having it as a blockchain solution where artists actually earn back from that, you know, and you purchase an NFT and then you earn the rights and you can use it in your commercial or whatever videos or whatever art.
It's the right way.
I think so.
Yeah.
This is where I think people think it's just, you're just music. Also, like as a music, think about Spotify and you can have an app as Spotify and have music that's from the blockchain and you can just listen to it as you support the artist, but also you own the music and you can use it the way you want. You're not restricted by any copyrights, so to speak.
No, and that's a great opportunity and a great point to be made about blockchain and NFTs is that when you buy it, you own it. And we have a project I haven't talked about is NMKR. I don't know if most of you know about them, but we're going to have a panel with them later, pre-recorded. It's a minting tool solution that helps people mint on Cardano, like a toolbox of different tools that you can use to mint NFTs. And yeah.
My point was that a lot of people might think, oh, music NFTs may be boring, blah, blah. But we're at the early stage of the future technology that will define probably freedom of the artists in a way. And liberation.
Yeah, and like I said in Norwegian earlier, we're eliminating all the middlemen. And like you said, it's a great opportunity to directly support the artists. So you can directly purchase the NFT from the artist instead of a company.
Exactly.
And they distribute 10% of the revenue to the artist instead of 90% with the direct sales. And that, to have a platform like that where you can upload your songs and you can fractionalize it, for example, into 20 or 30 NFTs, and then creators can buy them if they like them.
Imagine also maybe you can use, for instance, people that own the NFTs because of the traffic, such as we know Spotify earns from ads, right?
Yeah.
This revenue could be given back to the owners of the NFTs.
Yeah.
This has so much implications. I think it's quite fascinating in a way. So I'm happy to see you guys taking a start or a step into this. So
thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, someone has to, right? Og med det, kom igjen. Yeah.
And you're creating music and you are minting NFTs.
Yeah.
I don't know, man, let's say 1,000, doesn't matter. And those who buys that NFT has the access or the allowance to play it. Do you have a specific player to access?
No.
Like this Book.io project at the moment, then they have their own application that allows you to read a book. And if I buy your NFT, how do I play it, the music?
Are you familiar with Pool PM?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the most primitive way of viewing your wallet in Cardano. Yeah. And my early releases are only available to listen in Pool PM. If you go into that NFT there, and you can just play the MP3 or .wav file. But Soundrig, the project I mentioned before, they have the exact same solution as Book.io, that you can connect your wallet that has my NFT, and you can listen to it in their player. So by now, they're the only and first one to provide that solution on Cardano.
Okay, thank you.
Ja, takk. Og med det, det ikke bare en til. Ja. Of course.
Okay, NIDO, why did you choose Cardano? Why not another blockchain?
I've said in a couple of Twitter spaces and in a couple of interviews that when you watch one of Charles's whiteboard videos, it's hard not to. Yeah. And yeah, that's why. And yeah, of course, low fees compared to Ethereum and everyone else. And that's, yeah, I'm going to close this with, okay. The file storage is IPFS.
Yeah, but it's not on the blockchain. You don't really own the MP3 or the file. You own the access key to a file, which is hosted by a third party, and then allows you access. How did the third party get paid? If I run a large data center and I have a copious amount of data coming in from the adoption, how do I get paid?
Well, from the subscription. No, not exactly, because by NFTs you eliminate a lot more of middlemen, not just the storage. That's yeah, I understand the question, and it's a different one.
Do it through the smart contract, so they can use the smart contract to kind of take small profits from every listener, or how do they get paid? They need to pay for electricity for
Of course.
everything.
I don't know.
No, but in the start, it's kind of, yeah, the hype, right? But in the long run, so instead you have mass adoption, you get a 200, 300 billion listeners a month.
Yeah. Like for Nuvum's example, Project Nuvum, what they're building now with their marketplace and streaming player is that they're going to host everything themselves. And they're, of course, going to take a small percentage of sales and their own token that's going to be utilized through their platform. If you're familiar with Audius on Ethereum, yeah, it's, yeah, so, yeah, yeah, of course. But yeah, nothing. It can go blank. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Difficult questions are the best. Yeah, of course, real value one, and it's a solution that needs to be solved. Like we have IPFS. Almost every NFT projects and images are uploaded to IPFS. What happens to them? Yeah. Yeah. Any more questions? Okay, now I'm going to close with the last opportunity for, or not an opportunity, but a solution for people to support artists is the next speakers that's going to talk here now. It's about tickets and events, and I think, yeah, they do great work, and it's going to be an interesting talk.
Thank you. Did it work? Yeah, it does.
Centaurify. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Yeah. Big up
How
to NIDO.
are you guys?
Hey, Lillestrøm.
There's, I can feel the enthusiasm in the room.
Yeah, it's great to be back. You know, we were here 1 year ago, something like that. We just came out of the pandemic lockdown kind of thing, and we were, you know, giving birth to our project.
Yeah, and we didn't know anything.
We didn't know anything.
We were still here, and
And I mean, the idea has grown. It's actually become a project. We developed so much in so little
come
time.
so far, but shall we start with a quick introduction first? So my name is David Rotvelten Norberg. I'm the CEO of Centaurify and co-founder. Co-founded this fantastic project together with Martin. And yeah, you know, my background from the fashion industry, which is very connected to the music industry. I've dressed, you know, people like Post Malone, Kygo, CLMD, you know, and me and Martin have been very good friends for the last 10 years. And, you know, when the pandemic hit, music, well, basically you weren't able to get your, you know, get an income, basically, because you make most of the money on touring and not on
I lost
streams.
80% of my income when the pandemic hit, because that's how the music industry is rigged. And even though I have 1 billion streams on multiple platforms, you still are not making money off your streaming, which is pretty sick, right? So with the pandemic hitting, losing my income, having no inspiration, because when you're on tour, that's kind of when you get your inspiration to make music, right? So I wanted to be creative, basically ask David for an internship in his fashion company.
Yep.
And that's when I started educating David on how the music industry is rigged. And with both of us being into blockchain, into, you know, the technology behind it, we kind of saw how there was simple solutions for using blockchain technology to revolutionize the music industry.
Basically to empower musicians again and make them, give them the possibility to monetize on their music, right? We had NIDO here on stage earlier, even though we came a little bit late. Unfortunately, we can hear the whole presentation of his. But yeah, to make a long story short, I was surprised. I was, you know, just, you know, seeing Martin with 1 billion streams across all platforms, not even, you know, making enough money on 1 billion streams. I mean, if that was when you were selling CDs, you know, I guess you wouldn't be living in this country. You will be somewhere, you know, in a mansion with a big pool, whatever. So there's huge problem in the music industry, and with Martin educating me and our, you know. At that time, not so much knowledge about the blockchain, but we knew that there were a possibility to revolutionize and change this industry for the better, right? And that was the starting point for Centaurify. And we were here 1 year ago, basically 1 month prior to us launching the project. We were very fortunate to be incubated by a Cardano launchpad called Occamfi, who helped us a great deal in the start.
Tons.
Yeah, and we're still, you know, talk with them, not on a daily basis. We had a meeting with them a week ago. So yeah, so one year forward, what are we doing?
Yeah, so Centaurify has developed from this idea of how can we use blockchain technology to better the music industry and empowering the artists. So we basically built 3 different projects within Centaurify. One is the ticketing platform, which we talked about last year, and we'll go a little bit into that. The second is an NFT marketplace specialized for music-related content. So that could be anything from videos, music itself, it could be artworks, it could be basically anything that artists wants to share with their fans. And why would you be interested in selling digital collectibles on a music-specified platform?
Well, first of all, I guess, you know, since, you know, as an artist, you already know this, doing the Web 2 route, there's not huge possibilities to monetize. I mean, if you look at the statistics, Spotify artists, 98.8% of the artists there don't make more than 50K per year on the streams on their music, which is pretty outrageous, right? So why would you use an NFT marketplace in the first place? I guess NIDO might have been touching into it, but it's one, to connect to your fans in a closer way. You can do a lot of, you know, interesting things like with utilities on NFTs, you know, having specific memberships, exclusive Discord channels, stuff like token gating, and giving, you know, VIP access to meet and greets, etc., etc.
And this is a possibility of having direct access to your fans, right? So I don't know how many of you guys have heard of the 1,000 fan theory. Anyone? Yeah. So in very short, if you can have 1,000 fans that are, you know, dedicated to your project, you can have a successful music career, at least a sustainable music career. But how are you able to touch and know who's going to be your, you know, dedicated fans, right? Because at this point, right now, with Web 2 solutions, with social media, you're only having one-way communication. But if you have access to the people buying your NFTs, you know, you have the direct link to their wallets, you can provide them with information, you can provide them with previews, you can provide them with whatever, you know, interesting you can do, and you can actually connect with those fans and build that relationship. Today, we're extremely passive listeners as we, you know, consume our music on Spotify basically by playlist. I bet you there's a ton of songs that I can mention, and you guys have no clue who the artist is, but you love the songs, right? So
yeah, and going a little bit back to the three parts of the company. You know, we do the ticketing part. We have the marketplace. But what we also realized, me and Martin, when we were traveling around the world, and I was, you know, fortunate to meet your network, these, you know, music executives, and all these artists. I mean, we went all over the place, right?
Yeah, and the thing was that in the beginning, going back to our story, is that we needed to educate ourselves not only on blockchain but also in the music industry and see how people would be interested in this. So we basically traveled the world, talked to music executives, lawyers, artists, all around. Yeah. And what we realized is that they think this is super interesting, but have no clue how to access it.
Education is kind of the key, right? So we realized that, hey, we have this great idea, we have a great tech team, we're building, you know, but how do we get these artists in? And it basically is you know, giving a helping hand, guiding them, education, right? So with that said, we realized we also have to, you know, facilitate for this. So the third part of the project is that we also have a creative, well, almost like an NFT agency. So we can help the artist from A to Z. So if you need help with strategy, if you need help with the, you know, designs, but also the minting, listing, everything basically of dropping an NFT.
Everything from the creative to the technical.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So we are doing the agency to bring the artists in. We are letting them, you know, try out the marketplace. We're curating the marketplace, really. So it's a curated music niche marketplace. And that's also because if you go to the OpenSeas and to the Rareables and stuff, and you can find music NFTs there, right? But they're drowning in all this other stuff. So we want to kind of become the place for music. So think about it as, you know, what MTV was for the previous generation, for the next generation. Forget about reality TV, but when MTV was where you went for music.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a music NFT universe. That's kind of the how I.
And it all ties back into the ticketing platform, which we're forgetting to talk about right now, because
we're getting to that.
We wanted to do the agency so we can get the artists in, and once they can try out and discover Web3 together with us or by themselves, they will be more trusting to this technology when it comes to doing ticketing, you know? Yeah. It's easier to try out your fans on something that's a digital collectible rather than getting them trusting us with a whole venue of live tickets, because if it's something fails, it's not us that's going to get the hate, you know, it's the artist that's doing this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, when we were here last year, we started off as a NFT ticketing solution. That was it. And we evolved to something much more. With that said, well, some people say, yeah, but why do you do a ticketing solution? You do a, you know, a marketplace, you do this and that. How do you, you know, but it's all connected, right? So how do we get to the point that we will have a successful ticketing solution? Well, first we need the artists, right? Okay, but how do you get the artists? They, you know, we see that the NFTs monetize, you know, it's so much opportunities here, but how do we get in? Okay, but maybe we should just give a helping hand. So that's where we are. What is interesting here is that today, actually today, in LA, we have the first testing of our ticketing solution. It's not a big venue, it's a small venue, it's called VAGMI Festival. So today, we're testing the first part of the project in a live event, in a live environment, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And with what happened with Taylor Swift and Ticketmaster and everything, we feel that it's a really good timing that we're, you know, finally getting things rolling, right? So yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and getting into that, I'm guessing a lot of you guys understand why tickets on Web3 would be so much better solution than what it is today. Just to point out the obvious, you know, blockchain is 100% transferable. It's fake tickets are gone, right?
Yeah, you can't fake an NFT, right?
Even in the Nordics, 14% of the tickets in circulation when it comes to concerts are fake.
For 14%, which is a lot of, you know, heartbroken 14-year-olds outside of Justin Bieber concerts.
And taking aside everything that's really cool about NFTs and smart contracts and the fact that these tickets could have a value after the concert as well, just looking at the smart contract with the royalties, you're actually accessing the possibility of making money on the secondary market. Looking at the secondary market, well, the total music revenue stream for 2025 is estimated to be $35 billion.
Yeah.
$15 billion comes from the secondary market. That's almost half. That's not going to the promoter or the artist, or the venue, right?
Yeah, it's basically ripping off, right? Ripping off the artists. So when you don't make money on streaming, obviously, I think they pay 0.000003 cents per song, something like that, right? Okay, so you have to tour, you have to make money on touring. But if all that kind of, you know, money, the revenues from well, half of it comes from secondary market, which you don't see, you know, you're pretty screwed. You're cornered, right? So with you know, with smart contracts and doing tickets on blockchain, you actually take full control of the secondary market. So you can, you know, have that, let's say 10%, you know, creators fee, royalty fee, kicking back to the artist and the organizers, right? So and yeah, I mean, we basically buy.
And the fun fact that you actually know who's been at your concerts, right? Again, going back to smart contracts and connecting to your wallets, right? So you can actually, you know, directly marketing your next concert or whatever it's going to be to the people that are already interested in you.
Yeah. And then it's the NFT marketplace, the music NFT marketplace, which is also just a couple of weeks, months. It's not months. By the first week of January, that's when we're going to launch the marketplace fully, which is also an achievement. We have been basically ready for a long time, but we are, you know, the first week of January is going to be the first marketplace drop. But prior to that, and unfortunately we're not able to say whom, but we have partnered up with a large company in the music industry, one of the big three guys, and we're doing a drop the 21st of December with these guys. It's going to be a global press release sometime in early December, so you will just have to see. So we are ready to, we're gone from birth. We were here at birth. We were so lucky to be invited to speak publicly for the first time. And 1 year down the line, we are here and we are finally ready for takeoff. Yeah.
So that's in very short what we do and what we've been doing the last year. This is supposed to be an AMA, so it's not us that's going to be talking all the time. So we're opening the floor to whoever has questions about what we do.
Yeah, we got some questions over here. And we will do the mic, questions in the mic, because then the guys on the YouTube actually can. We have the first one here.
All right, so my first question is, how do you guys gonna take the payments? Are they Cardano only, or do you guys think about, okay, how can we do a conversion maybe to fiat? Because not everyone is like, let's say, crypto savvy that they could, you know, open a wallet, transfer, you know, and so on. Do you guys have a solution for that in place, or?
Yeah, so I don't think we mentioned it. We also, you know, the marketplace is a multi-chain solution, first of all, and the ticketing solution is a cross-chain solution. So, but when it comes to making it as, you know, user-friendly as possible, the Web 2 people, the 2.5 people, right? We have a partnership with the fiat on-ramp, so you can basically just top up your wallet. If you don't have a wallet, we also have another partner where you can easily sign up with an email and basically facilitating as custodials. But we have actually ourselves, in a daughter company of ours, a custodial license and exchange license. So we could actually be custodial for, you know, your wallet. But at this point, it's a little bit too early for us because we haven't built that. But we are planning to do that as well. So
I guess we get a little bit of boost for being, you know, so 2.5 savvy. But, you know, our target group is mostly music fans and not crypto fans. So even though, you know, we want them both. But I think that, you know, the great thing about working with artists is that they already have a fan engagement. They're bringing the traction into our platform themselves.
Yeah. Was that good?
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Cool, cool. Raise your hands if you have some more questions, and I will pick you up. Nice. First one here.
All right. So you're talking about how secondary sales is a big part of it. Secondary sales and how that's a huge part of the income. But like here in Norway, we have laws against selling tickets for more than you bought it, like black markets and stuff.
Yeah.
How are you imagining that's going to work?
Well, I mean, the thing is that we have, what we are going to do is basically set a maximum and a minimum resale price, you know, based upon different laws in different countries, right? So if you have a ticket and if you want to sell it to somebody, if the law says, or the, you know, the artist or the organizer says, well, this is the primary value, first, you know, first market value, they say $50. That's the maximum. So you could only resell it for that. What we want to do is to make sure that you know that the artists get paid for their work. So basically, what we usually say is that, you know, you have the artist here and you have the fans here, and there is a transaction. They want to, you know, listen to the favorite artist's music. That's the transaction. What we are doing, we are making sure that everything around it, the ticketing, you know, we're making sure that that transaction is as smooth as possible, you know.
And you're basically removing the people that are trying to exploit the artist, you know. The people making money off the secondary market by increasing those prices to, you know, just I saw today that Taylor Swift tickets are now at $20,000.
I think
I mean, that's not going to Taylor, and I don't think that she would be happy that anyone have to pay, you know, her fans have to pay that kind of amount. So it's not about increasing the money on the secondary market. It's about, you know, actually legalizing it and making sure that the money goes through the fair chain and goes to the right people.
And if it's not allowed to sell, you know, resell the ticket, then maybe people should stop doing it, I guess.
Yeah, we got some more over here.
A part of being an artist, you know, to people to explore, you know, who you are, you know, and you know, people discover new artists, you know, Spotify, weekly suggestions, right? So how will you guys tackle, since you guys are kind of creating a new platform? So how will you onboard users, not the artists, like their fan base, but new users to actually go to the platform and, you know, discover new artists, or, you know, giving them incentive to actually go through the whole process of, you know, creating a wallet, a fiat on-ramp with fees, right? So like it's a high barrier compared to Spotify. So what will you guys kind of do?
You or I? Well, I think, you know, going a little bit back to Martin's the 1,000 fan theory, right? So what we have to do is to onboard the right artists, but also together with, you know, the independent artists. What, you know, kind of the strategy that we have, and luckily enough, even though we can't talk too much about it, we have partnered up with a very large company in the music industry, one of the 3 labels. To kind of get that. So we would feel that it's kind of natural if you get some really nice fan engagement incentives from these artists, which will bring in traffic. But then it's also, you know, then you have marketing money, you have this and that. So I mean, it's
and it's a little bit, you know, the fans go where the artists tells them to go in that sense, you know. Like, I don't know if you really think about if you're buying your tickets from Ticketmaster or from TicketGo or from Eventim, you just go there because you want to go and see your artist, right? So and also if it's about, for example, merchandise, right? You will go to that store because the artist is telling you that this is official merch. So it's kind of connected to the artist rather than us having to, you know, validate ourselves. You know, we let that the partnering up that we're doing with these different artists, you know, be part of that.
I saw you. There you go.
Yeah, first of all, I think the story you have told us is pretty amazing. You were here 12 months ago or 15 months ago, and having seen this Netflix, the playlist story movie lately, it gives me the same vibes. But you said you are multi-blockchains and you're creating a new platform and somehow disrupt the whole, yeah, exactly. So from a technical point of view, from my point of view then, it is huge and it got to be more than the two of you. So can you tell us a little bit more how you have scaled up from an organizational point of view, and what kind of blockchain do you hit first? I mean, you can't do all of them at the same time.
Yeah, it's not just me and Martin, that's for sure. That would be terrible. No, but we have a great team. We are we're total 19 people working full time in the company. 19.
Yeah.
19. So it's still a small company, you know, compared to you know what we're doing. So a little bit back to what you said first. You know, how the heck did we do this in 1 year? Well, we have been grinding out, and we have been having great backers. You know, since we were here the first time, we had our token launch. We also raised some funds on that through our incubator Occamfy, which I also I don't know if they're here, but thank you so much, guys, for that. So doing something on multi-chain means that you have to do things more than once, right? But it's kind of, for us, the most important thing is that we make sure that we cover, because we have one goal, and it's to empower and make it possible for artists to monetize on the music, because they really don't do that today. So maybe you should not say this in a Cardano Summit, but the first the first launch will be on Ethereum, and the other ones will come. So we have partially we have Cardano, Haskell development through that, and also Solana. So
we are developing on Solidity, Haskell, and Rust at the same time. So, but as I'm guessing a lot of you guys know, that Haskell is one tough coding language, and it takes time, you know. But it's also a fantastic coding language. So it's a little bit further behind. But for us also, you know, to reach our goals and to keep intact with our roadmap, we have to, you know, be able to be agile and you know, be able to bounce from one to another. But at the same time, you know, when it comes to the ticketing platform, it will be up to, you know, the organizer if they want to, you know, print their tickets or mint, but print on pink paper, blue paper, yellow paper. You know, it depends. Do you want to be super green? You know, do you want to be where the money is? It's depending on, you know, we want just be as commercial as we can be.
Yeah, and I should just mention from personal point of view, Cardano is my you know, my favorite, and it's not only, you know, the Charles Hoskinson, even though he's a favorite, you know, a fantastic guy, and I usually listen to him at night before I go to sleep, because I think he has a fantastic, nice, you know, calm voice. But you know, the peer review you know, kind of approach, as a husband to a doctor, being, you know, seeing her how she goes through the peer review process, you can understand it's very kind of a, well, it's not so much room for mistakes, and you will also be challenged, right? And at the same time, also the coding language itself doesn't have so much creative possibilities, right? So and it's used, you know, Haskell is used in a lot of in medical tech, you know, NASA is using it, so SpaceX, right? So it's kind of a, it shouldn't fail. So but again, then it's also, you know, it's a little more time consuming, right? So yeah, I hope that was answering. Yeah.
You do intend to hide the blockchain diversity in a way that me, as a music listener, I don't have to care, right?
Exactly. So we're building, both platforms in the way that, it's for the consumer first, right? So when it comes to ticketing and with our app and how you will have your ticket displayed, it will actually be an easier process than it is to buy tickets today. We're building it so my mother of 75, she's actually having a birthday today, that she will be able to use the app, It's going to be super easy to use. And of course, we understand that, people that are coming to shows are not interested in blockchain in that sense, right? So, but knowing, it's a little bit like having a car, you don't need to understand how to build a car or what makes it run to drive it, right? So that's kind of the sense that you just want to put your keys in, turn on the engine, and drive.
Yeah, and when it comes to those, hardcore fans, where you kind of have to connect your wallet, you kind of have to take that extra step in order to access CLMD's, VIP Discord channel, or get a meet and greet utility. Then it's there as well. So it's kind of a, we feel that we are bridging the Web 2 into Web 3.
Our super cheesy word for it internally is humanizing crypto.
So we have another question over here.
As I understood it, the ticket sale is only for real life events.
No, well, I mean, so kind of the ticketing solution, right? That it's a substitution for the ticket.
For tickets, right?
In general.
So it could be to a Metaverse event. It could be to anything. It could be to a sports event. It could be to bus tickets in that sense. But the thing is that that's not where our strong suit is. That's not where we have the connections in. We focus on music primarily because I've been in the music industry for the past 12 years. I have the contacts in. I've been signed to Sony Music for 8 years globally. I'm now signed with Universal Music for the past 4 years globally. So we have the network. We know the people, which gives us an advantage when it comes to developing this, right?
Yeah,
but if we were to enter sports at this point, we would be starting on the same field that anyone else that has this idea and knows the tech, right?
Yeah.
So we got to play into our advantages.
Yeah. So a little bit, because the reason why I was a little bit back and forth in my answer, because you have the ticketing solution for real life events, which is technically a little bit different from a Metaverse event, for example, which would be kind of a whitelisting process, right? So, but what we do in our agency, okay, that wasn't the slide. Anyways, so we have this NFT creative agency where we also help, the artists, and we facilitate to have concerts in Metaverse. So I mean, we have a partnership with time lapse, we Sandbox, etc. So if and even today, yeah, which one? Decentraland, exactly. Now, the VMA Awards even have, an award for the best Metaverse concerts, right? So it's not easy to get these Web2 artists into that space, but we're also, making sure that we could provide that. So, but that's a different technology. It's not so complex, right? So it's kind of more like a whitelisting, checking you have a specific NFT in your wallet. You access, kind of, yeah.
So we have one over here.
Yes, thank you. What do you expect you guys have achieved next year? What kind of goals have you achieved?
It's one word that we hear a lot: scale, 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 scale. No, but I mean, now the testing was today. Is later today in LA. We have the marketplace that we're going to launch. For me, it's kind of just making sure that we get the word out.
Well, it's uncharted field, right? So we are basically digging the road ourselves. So we are continuing to dig, and we hope that we can get as far as possible. But as for like specifics, is to have the ticketing system will be going to market in Q2. The music platform is launching in Q1, hopefully already beginning of January. That's pretty sure.
Yep.
And it's to actually create revenue, have these things kind of get the wheels rolling really, and establish ourselves as the place you go for music in Web3.
Yeah.
I see you.
Raymond.
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 Oh, here comes
no, not that guy. No, no, no.
No. Okay, so the question is, what kind of pushback do you see from the industry? Because
yeah,
you're definitely reaching into some
this is actually super interesting and been kind of the weirdest part of it all, because we have been meeting with so many booking agencies, with so many management, with so many labels, and there's basically no pushback. I think that when we've been talking to the major labels, I'm talking to them, you know, who fought Napster, who had tons of lawsuits, you know, who even tried to stop Spotify in the beginning before they basically bought the company. You know, they see that we are not going to be on the wrong side of history this time. We want to at least position ourselves that if this, and I'm using their words, not ours, but if this is going to be the next generation, we want to be position ourselves correctly for when that happens. So they are actually, a lot of them are working with us, and they think it's super exciting. One of the biggest booking agencies or event creators in Scandinavia actually told us in the first meeting, when can we start using this? Yeah. And they do about 5,000 concerts all across Scandinavia in a year. So it's pretty incredible, and that was already in the spring, in April, right?
Yeah.
So
no, that was actually the first meeting we had was October. That was kind of before we even kind of kicked off. But
so it's incredible actually how little pushback there is, and I think that they have learned from previous mistakes that you can't stop technology and you can't stop the evolution of where we're going, right? So for them, it's, you know, more about now not missing the next train.
Yeah, and a little bit back to that the ticketing part, where because we were also a bit surprised why we didn't get so much pushback, and I guess, you know, the actors out there, which is, it's kind of, you know, I think it's just one or two actors that has 90% of the entire ticketing business, and they are not doing a very good job apparently. So I guess, you know, people are just waiting for technology to be there, and then of course it's a little bit, you know, also to kind of make sure that you proof of concept, right? So for us, a year has been a really long year, and we felt that it has been taking so long time. And why don't tech go much faster? Why can't you developers work faster? You know, and they're like, guys, shit, come on. But we are there, and it's you know, it's step by step. And what we need to make sure that it doesn't fail, because if it fails, we kind of lose that chance. So
yeah, the trust when it comes to blockchain in the outside world, as you know, it's skeptical. You know, that's a lot of people are skeptic, and if
thank you, Sam.
And if a system like this, if a concert would fail, you know, this technology would take us way back when it comes to trusting this as the next generation of ticketing. Yeah. So you know, we got to make sure that we're bulletproof, and that's, you know, part of the process, and it will take as long as it takes. But you know, we're already starting testing this as we mentioned a couple times.
Today. I don't know what time it is in LA right now, but you should check out Centaurify Twitter. I guess our CMO, which is based in LA, is going to post about the event. So it's a small event. I mean, it's a couple of 100,000, I guess. So no, it's not LA, you know.
I see one more question over here.
I'm just curious about why you chose the name Centaurify. As far as I know,
I love that question.
As far as I know, a centaur is half horse, half man.
Yeah, it's not even close. But
you should go, because you found the name.
I found the name. Yeah, okay. So
we just to put it in context. Remember, we were little over a year ago, and meme tokens was the big thing.
Yeah, and you know, Binance Smart Chain was doing a lot, you know, of these. Well, not them, but there was a lot of these meme stuff going on. So, and you know, I was thinking, when you see people talking about going to the moon, right? But I mean, we went to the moon in 1969. Come on, you know, Elon Musk, you know, I've read his biography, love the guy, sometimes, and he's going to Mars, right? So Centaurify has nothing to do with the Centauri. It's actually, it comes from Alpha Centauri, because what we are doing, we're not going to the moon and we're not going to Mars, we are going to Alpha Centauri, which is it's 4.3 light years from Earth, where might be some, you know, aliens living here, who knows? But it's very far, but it's very close. So and you know, Ify is kind of making something into something. So Centaurify, that's the kind of, it's kind of a meme to the memes, basically, just to make sure that, hey, this is a real project, and just kind of F you. Yeah.
And we actually have a mascot called Monsieur Cent, who came from Alpha Centauri to planet Earth to save the music industry. And he exists as an NFT, and you can buy him already on OpenSea.
Yeah, and who knows? He might even drop some music down the line. Who knows? So we have plans. It's a fun project. It's a fun project.
Okay. Very good. We have a question over here.
Okay, so do you have any plans to make a ramping mechanic for the secondary market for the scalpers? So if you sell out a concert, the scalpers buy 10% of the tickets. They resell them at a higher price. So if you put a penalty fee on the smart contract to ramp the revenue or the fees you take. So let's say I buy the first ticket. I'm a scalper. I want to sell it to somebody else. I buy it for $1,000. I want to sell it for $2,000. Now the fee is 50% on the smart contract. The next time you transact the same NFT, which just represents the ticket, now it's 75, now it's 88, now it's 92. Thereby, you will have, if people are willing to buy it, you will have extreme revenue for the artist, and you will kind of delay the scalpers.
Yeah.
And number two, do you have any plans to make a secondary market for digital assets? So the NFT represents kind of like a LP or a CD or whatever, but with this technology, it opens a secondary market for digital assets, because today you don't own the music at your Apple store or whatever. You don't own anything. You bought it, but you don't own it. You don't own the possibility to sell it to somebody else. So do you have any plans to kind of make that secondary market? Because I see a huge possibility in the secondary digital market.
CTO, where he is the... No, there's a lot of things there. You know, the questions are both technical and also a little bit on the legal aspect. So when it comes to the kind of the functions, how we prevent, because what we want to do is prevent scalping, right? And we have some mechanics to do that. But of course, you can also blacklist wallets. You know, for example. You can, right?
Yeah, but there will also be, you know, limits on, for instance, how many tickets you can buy, you know, and obviously you can scalp one at a time, but it's not, you're not going to make the big revenues that you're doing today, where you're buying 1,000 at a time.
Yeah, yeah,
right.
But there's a lot of, but absolutely. Yeah. So you know, our main goal is. Sorry. Well, I mean.
Because that will be a centralized, I mean, if you can blacklist some wallets, that's centralized.
Yeah, but I mean,
I find his solution maybe a bit more decentralized, because you can make some money, but you'll be punished for it, so to speak. Well, the artist actually earns more, but not.
Yeah,
you.
well, yeah. The thing is, I'm not going to talk for Martin, but I'm pretty sure, and this has also been a topic with many artists that we have been talking about, you know, because when they set the price for a ticket, they're thinking, okay, we want the 16-year-olds, we want this and that, right? And all this goes down the drain because you have bots and blah blah blah, right? So in order to make sure, and because I'm pretty sure that Martin wouldn't like to not rip off, but I don't think he would want to sell a ticket to his concert for $2,000, $3,000, and so they have to kind of, you know, save up money. They kind of have to borrow or whatever, you know, kind of emptying their pockets for this experience. So when it comes to the blacklisting, I said that would work. When it comes to the exact, So, but I mean, when it comes to ticketing, I don't think you can really have it as a decentralized ticketing solution, because you kind of have to make sure that you have limitations, right? Which would then be centralized, right? So I mean, but we want to make sure that there's not a possibility for a bot to come in and buy everything and kind of, you know, make that 10, 20x, because that is what's destroying the music industry, or the ticketing industry. And Taylor Swift as a good example. I guess that tour is cancelled, right? Because she's like, oh, hey, it's not gonna happen, right? I think they canceled it, right?
I haven't seen that yet,
yeah,
but
I've heard.
But anyways,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
people have, you know, been very frustrated about this. Obviously, a lot of people have.
So yeah, I mean, the artists want to make money, of course, more money, but we need to make sure is that, you know, any secondary market that is there is getting, you know, it will be kicked back to the artist.
I mean, a pricing is set with the intention, you know, it's to cover production, it's to cover the crew, it's also what you think is a fair price for your fans to pay, right? So you wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't be comfortable with people paying 10, 20x on a ticket to my show, because I'm not delivering that kind of production value.
Yeah.
And maybe someone are so cynical and say, yes, fuck it, let's go.
Yeah.
But
I should mention also, and because we didn't answer his final question, and it's also, you know, going back to your question, is we have a timestamp. So when the concert is over, this NFT will be acting as any other NFT. So it would be sold on a secondary market, or yeah, you know, a secondary marketplace. Sorry. Yeah, and that's where and that's, you know, we have the NFT marketplace, which is launching now the first week of January, so you can have it as a collectible, like a stub, right? When it comes to the selling CDs, etc., where you have the problem is that you have the labels and the, you know, the publishing rights, etc. So it's kind of a navigation, and I think, you know, our main goal to transition all the way to Web3 is to kind of get these labels, the you know, publishing companies on board, which we already started process.
You have to create a consensus for the music industry first, right? So.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I totally agree, and that's why I love to talk to those independent artists, but they don't, because they don't have the labels or the publishing and all that. Because that's how it goes, right? But when it comes to the more established artists, like Martin, for example, which is signed by Universal, I kind of have to go management, I have to go label, blah blah blah, and just can we have this, you know, the song together with the MP3 with the NFT? Well, you have to kind of go through the whole legal process. So it's a little bit complicated, the music industry. I'm not an expert, because I was his. Yeah.
But I mean, for instance, we have been looking into, and I know that Royal.io is already doing it in some sense, that you can buy fractionalized royalties of a song, right? But there's a huge discussion in the music industry, and legally, is this a security, right? And how will you structure it then? So there's a ton of new legal stuff that has to kind of be established before you're actually able to go forward with a lot of these things. But yeah, it's about, we talked to APG, which is Artist Publishing Group in Los Angeles, which is, you know, one of, they have Dua Lipa, they have, you know, a bunch of major artists, and they are actually working on the consensus within the publishing rights, not the royalty rights, because it's two different rights, without going too much into music, but on the public, on how an NFT royalty split should be, you know, divided when it comes to writers, for instance, on the music. You know, if you, I don't know if I'm spilling the secrets of music industry, but on the pop song, there's usually more than just the artists that have written the song, and that they actually get their cut, you know, which today actually they're getting massively squeezed out when it comes to Spotify. So it's like not only about the artists getting paid, but also the people that have, you know, been a part of the craft.
So there's a lot of great questions coming in here for Centaurify. Thank you so much, David and Martin. But I have a question. Just so if someone here wants to continue this debate, on what social media platforms can they reach out for you guys, so you can toast them some more, you know?
Yeah, so we are all over the place. So I kind of show my face a lot in Discord. So it's discord.gg/Centaurify.
We are on all of them. Twitter,
Telegram,
LinkedIn, even TikTok.
Yeah. So go to Centaurify.com or Centaurify.io, and you have a link to all of our social medias. We usually hang out there. And yeah, was there something else that we needed to say before we leave?
Yeah, I guess our time is running out.
Yeah,
I would like to mention that we are actually doing a raise on equity right now, and we're going through a seed round. So if anyone would be interested in that, or think that this project is as cool as us,
Seed fund, I see you guys.
yeah, please contact us, and we can share some more interesting stories.
Thank you so much for sharing your journey. It was so cool, because it's been only 1 year.
Only 1 year, and
And
imagine next year, huh?
I'm looking
and
forward
referring
already.
to his kind of reference to the playlist thing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for next year, definitely. So we have to continue on the program. Big shout out and applause for.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
So I want a decent mic. Can I have a decent mic? Okay, I will do this one. Da går vi på norsk igjen. Et kjapt spørsmål. Hvor mange av dere har prøvd å mynte en NFT på Cardano? Bare løft en hånda, liksom. Nice. Hvor mange av dere har prøvd å mynte en NFT på Cardano? Ja, vi har... Ok, nice. Jeg vil gi det sånn 20%. Jeg anbefaler det. Prøv. Vi har NIDO, musikk. Vi har... masse JPEGs der ute, og det er ikke så tungt med aper. Vi har noen aper der også, men ta en titt der ute, så får du litt inspirasjon. Sånn liten kjapp administrativ sak. Hvis det er ikke så lenge til det kommer mat på bordet, og drikke og alkohyler og vin og rødvin og hvitvin og... Nei, ok. Det er sånn, bli fin vin i hvert fall. Nei, så... Hvis det er noen som har noen allergier, så lukk tak i Thomas der. Han har sånn Krypto Labs-skjorte på seg. Så med det så skal vi gå videre i programmet. Vi har laget til en video med Eystein Hansen fra NBX. Han finner du nede der. Som har fyrt opp. Og så har vi Tim Brückmann fra IAMX. Som også har vært med, og så har vi Partick Tobler fra NMKR, og så har vi NIDO. Hvor er NIDO? Har han gjemt seg? Ja, NIDO, som vi hadde på scenen her. Så snurr film!
Hello, everyone. What a great pleasure it is for me to have with me some guests here today. And we will discuss about non-fungible tokens. We will discuss about self-store and identity. And we will discuss artist experience with all of these elements. I will really be happy to introduce you today, our guest speakers for this panel debate. And I will first start with myself. My name is Eystein Hansen. I'm a staking pool operator in the Cardano ecosystem. I have been since the first incentivized testnet. I'm not that familiar with all of the NFT scene, but I really see that it's such a thriving community. And if you follow Twitter or any other spaces, there's so much praise for what's going on with the NFT community in Cardano and all the different events. So I'm really excited myself to learn more during this panel debate. And with that said, maybe we should introduce NIDO first now. And maybe you can talk a bit about yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm NIDO. I'm a music producer from Norway. I started my blockchain adventures last year. And yeah, with NMKR. Been making some NFTs since then and some music. And yeah, looking forward to the discussion today.
Great. Maybe next, Partick, you could talk a bit about yourself.
Sure, yeah. So I'm Patrick. I'm founder of NMKR. I have a computer science background, so I'm actually a programmer. And yeah, I've been in the Cardano space for quite a long time now, and seen NFTs from the early days to now. I think we're doing a lot of good progress.
And Tim, maybe you want to introduce yourself a bit.
Yeah, my name is Tim. I'm the founder of IAMX, and my background is business, specialized sales and marketing, what I do since 30 years. And my other business is telecommunication. So we're selling mobile phone contracts here in Germany, which brought us to open this company IAMX in Swiss, in Zug, because we had a small problem, but I can inform you about this problem, what we had and where to solve it later.
Okay, that's a very exciting start. Look forward to hearing about that. Let's start with something really basic. This presentation here will be to a crowd that maybe not have so much experience with non-fungible tokens. And yeah, let's start with that. Could we perhaps try to, Patrick, do you want to give a go at this? Try to explain what is a non-fungible token and how it works on the Cardano ecosystem.
Yeah, I can try. So as I mentioned, I'm a programmer, so my answer is pretty pragmatic, but I'll try to explain it easily. So to me, basically NFTs or non-fungible tokens are tokens that only exist once on the blockchain. So they're not like ADA, for example, or Bitcoin or something like that. So they cannot be interchanged with each other, but they only exist once on the blockchain. And the cool part about that is that you can use those tokens to actually represent ownership over something. So a non-fungible token can represent the ownership of someone over something. And that something could be anything from a music song, or from a bored ape, some random picture, or even a house or something else, right? And what it actually represents, that is up to basically the use case. And at the moment, of course, we see a lot of these bored apes, and we see a lot of actually profile pictures and collectibles in the space, because the art part is kind of leading the way for NFTs. But what I've also seen is a lot more interesting use cases where NFTs can actually represent something interesting, like actual real estate on the blockchain, for example, or actually revenue sharing options and stuff like that, which is a little bit more complicated. But yeah.
Wow, it sounds like limitless possibilities.
It is really limitless. It's a technology, right? You can use it for whatever you want. That's the cool thing about it.
So let's also try to tie into this debate, this thing about self-sovereign identity, and maybe try to relate it to this non-fungible tokens as well. Maybe, Tim, you want to give a go at that?
Yeah, first of all, what is self-sovereign identity? It's like we are in a point of a change in the world that, usually you use products for free, and the era of your identity serving as a product controlled and capitalized by these big corps is coming to an end. Why? You always, if you use a product for free, you are the product, because you deliver so much data that the company can work with it. And in the space, since 15 years, people, very intelligent people on different locations, doing research about how we can change identity that you manage it yourself. And they're doing it since 50 years. It's a WC3, the World Wide Web Consortium. And also other people are really doing a lot of research there. And there are 5 companies who don't like the outcome of this. This is Google, Mozilla, Apple, and I think Samsung was the one. So one of the big guys. Yeah. So, and this is something where you know where it's coming from. And if you ask yourself, when you have to order, or you like to order a bottle of beer or a bottle of wine, usually you have to be 18, in the States it's 21. Why you have to show your complete identity? It's enough to say, yes, I'm older than 18. Yes, I'm older than 21. Done. Why should I always deliver everything? That's the question. And also the exchange of identities. So I have an identity where I like to make my contracts with. So my high government identity, everything is according to our plastic and paper world we are living in. Papers like your documents, and plastic like ID cards and stuff. I think that all these papers and plastics we are working with, that they can manage in a completely different way, and you can do it much faster to show people what you like to do. So to rent a car via internet, it's very easy with our technique, because one click and then it's done, because you reveal everything what has to be revealed, just what has to be revealed. So some projects need more information, like a KYC, know your customer project, if you open a bank account or something. But to buy a bottle of beer is, yes, I'm 18, thanks a lot, that's it. And this is where we fight for. Really decentralization, anonymity as far as it good, because we also are here to prevent scam. Yeah, in my eyes, a lot of project has to KYC the producer or the one who collects the money of people. Yeah, but as long, so I can explain, we are doing now an integration with a big DEX on Cardano, and this is a platform where you trade. So 2 wallets are coming, 2 anonymous wallets. But if one of them is a malicious player, the platform has a serious problem with the government or with laws. So we have to approve to the DEX that these both wallets are KYC'd. But as a German and Swiss company, we don't touch data. If we touch data, one of our legs is in prison already. So IAMX don't touch data. Yeah. Also, the DEX don't like to have data because it's very complicated. So you just show that in these 2 wallets, there is a KYC on a certain level. And if someone asks who is behind it, we just point, this is made, the KYC is made from, for example, KYC Spider, ID Now, SumsUp. These are all our partners, and they store the data. So we are following the old story or the old wish of being anonymous, having the internet like it is. You know, it was starting like we like to change the world a little bit. Yes, and this is what we're really following, that people are always, oh, no KYC. KYC is good, but don't reveal it if you're not a malicious player. It just has to be revealed when there's someone doing scams.
And the essence here, it's in the control of the user. It's the user who controls this data, and user who decides when to share this data. And yes, I guess this user could also be an artist, and an artist wanting to somehow verify who they are to make a project more legit, right? So that brings me to NIDO. Maybe you could talk a bit, because we are starting with the very basics here now, and I know you will have in this conference introduction about yourself, but about how you experience as an artist on Cardano. But maybe you can summarize it a little bit about how did this journey as an artist from the user perspective start with NFTs on Cardano, maybe?
Yeah, I can try.
Yeah.
It started with I'm telling someone that I'm a music producer, and they asked to listen to my music, and I let them. I usually didn't share so much, and they were surprised, and they said it was really good, and that they would, if that was an NFT, they would mint it. And then I was like, well, how do I make it an NFT so you can mint it? And then I started Googling around, and I found NFT Maker, as it was called back then, and Maker now, and then had some help to figure out some metadata and how to bring it to life, how to actually make it a fungible token, as my first one were. And started there.
Was there many barriers when you started, or was this something that had easy documentation, or like how did you create that?
Well, it was the documentation on the knowledge hub that NFT Maker had then. It was the bare minimum. So, but it was a steep learning curve, and I'm very curious by nature. So, I really want to learn how to do things to accomplish what I want. So, but as I said, I had some help, and after a couple of weeks, I figured out how to mint my first album, or EP.
Wow.
And and actually made some YouTube videos on how to mint with NFT Maker, because it was nowhere to be found back then.
Oh, so, really organically it started like that, and I guess there has been quite a lot of improvements, and for example, in documentation on NMKR and stuff like that. And this brings us to the next part of this, like after talking the basics, is like how everything now is coming together between NFTs and these like verified identifiers or verified NFTs basically. And I think maybe we could talk a bit about that and maybe what's called the Cardano Improvable Proposal number 66. And just for people watching, Cardano improvement proposals are a way to suggest like more standardized approaches, basically, is how I like to view it. And basically try to agree upon some technical standards. And in this case, it's the SIP. I think maybe Partick can talk more about it, but it's a way to use unverified NFTs basically, and something that creates more power to artists like NIDO. So yeah, Partick, is it okay for you to talk a bit about that?
Of course, yeah. Yeah. So basically, just to recap shortly, the idea of the CIP is to standardize. Of the Cardano Improvement Proposal CIP is to standardize the way that you connect your identity to an NFT collection. And that is very important because we need to figure out a way in the Cardano community to, go against all this stolen art that is out there, and so that you can actually verify yourself as an artist and say, okay, look, I have like these social accounts that you all trust, like Paris Hilton's Twitter account, Paris Hilton's Instagram account, and so on.
Paris Hilton, my friend, the running gag. I have to come in again. I love it.
Yeah. One day she's gonna use NMKR. That's like my big
She has to with our identity. Let's pray for it.
I hope so. But yeah, basically, if she wants to use NFTs, right? If she wants to publish NFTs, how do we actually know that these NFTs were issued by her, right? We have to go to a Twitter account right now and then see, okay, did she post about the NFT collection? Did she on Cardano maybe post a policy ID, something like that, so that people can actually say, okay, I trust this Twitter account enough so that I trust that this NFT collection is okay and verified and actually by Paris Hilton. But that's not how it should be, right? Basically, the way it should be is we should have like a direct connection from these social accounts, and maybe even more than the social accounts, maybe even KYC or other stuff, and have this direct connection so that we know 100%, okay, these 5 accounts are connected to the NFT collection. And then we have like these different data points that we can look at as customers and say, okay, because I trust her Instagram and her Twitter, the chance is very low that she got hacked on both at the same time. I trust that this an NFT collection is actually legit. And and this is what we wrote as a CAP. So we basically defined a standard together with IAMX, and we have a lot of great supporters in the space that like the standard and are actually using it now too. For example, Atala Prism, which is IOG's department for decentralized identities. And you can now use this, actually, it's not only a standard, but you can now use this in NMKR Studio. So it's very easy to actually create an NFT identity. You literally go on there, then you get redirected to an IAMX website, and you connect your social accounts, click on create, and that's it. Like super easy. And we're in talks with like having wallets and marketplaces actually integrate this standard, because if they all integrate it and actually adopt the standard, then we as a space can move like a huge step forward, in my opinion, because this is something no other NFT community is doing. And that's why I'm so keen on just pushing this, because it's really about like giving control back to the users so that they can verify themselves, like Tim said, instead of, having centralized companies like JPEG Store or CNFT.io or whatever marketplaces it is verify all the collections.
That's also going to be.
I told you the story about how did we come up. We have to always copy a little bit the real world. So we had an NFT artist or an artist who is doing graffiti or street style, like you see in the background, the Teddy Troops. He is very famous in it, doing it. And then a marketplace told us, you have to verify your project before it can be on our marketplace. So, and this was, we like to have a copy of the real world because it is functioned since a long time that galleries do not verify the artist. The artist verifies his artwork with a signature, usually, or with in kind of you have sound, like sound NFTs. You have in your metadata something, you have your intellectual property has to be saved, and you can sign it in a way. And so we found with having this small project, we said, okay, we have to change it. And my CTO and Patrick, they directly jumped in a call and started this journey. And we never planned to make it a SIP or something. So me not. I was just this guy. I know him since 20 years. He's doing the steady trips since even more years. And someone has to verify him. So who should verify NIDO sound? This always has this real world question. It's only NIDO himself can say, yeah, this is my sound, and it's done by me, and I have the intellectual property, and I like to market it. So this was the journey where we're coming from. It was always when IAMX does something, we're always coming from real world problems. We are not searching for solutions where are no problems. Sometimes we find projects or ideas where the real world problem is not there. Nothing has to be solved. So it's always good to inform people who are new into blockchain. There are 100,000 use cases where you can solve problems with blockchain. Find them first before you think too far away.
That's a very good thing to approach problems that needs to be solved now versus something that could be imagined a problem. I think that's really something powerful in all type of development, really. And so I fully support that. And one thing I'm thinking about here is like how this creates power back to the artist. And I want to just assure the people also following this discussion, like this is open source. Like there's no like gatekeepers here. The people, this data here, it's interoperable. You can change the provider, right? It's this is something that gives power back to the artist, not something that one platform, IAMX, for example, your company alone can control this, right? Could you maybe discuss like this aspect of the data?
We are open. Everybody can check. Patrick is in the technical way to explain you where you can look at the code. For us, it's always important that it's decentralized. That's why we're here. We like to decentralize and do a little bit better and give power to the user, artist. This is to the human being, or even give people an identity who never had an identity. In our world, the big government said, yes, you have a right to have an identity, but there are billions of people who don't have an identity today. And this is something where you also have to look very critical in, because if you don't have an identity in our world, you simply can't do contracts. Absolutely. You are a nobody. It's even far. If you don't have a mobile phone, you're out of communication. So your social barrier is getting higher and higher if we live more and more centralized world. Also telcos can buy each other. So we have to fight for decentralization to have the power we like to have in our life. And I speak about a very positive power. Yeah?
The data control of the user. Could this like interaction, I guess it's a form of communication, it's building trust. Like NIDO as an artist, he can say, look, this artwork created here, it's from me, because you can tie it to my Twitter platform or whatever platform you choose. Do you think this creates more freedom for artists, that they can actually choose like what different type of platform? That's my first part of the question. And the other one is like, could it be possible to have like a two-way street of communication between the fan and the artist? Like, for example, I'm a big fan of NIDO's music, and I bought some of his stream tokens for his Love in the Water song. That's maybe NIDO can talk a bit about that after this. But in that, I could have some income from these NFTs as part of how much it's streamed, basically. But maybe I, as a fan, would like to instead donate some of this to a charity. Could I, through like, if I connect this NFT to a SSI, social identity, could I then like flag there in this platform that I want to do something and have some metadata to do this?
So usually you can make a dit-to-dit communication. We're working on something like that.
Wow.
But we can't reveal too much of it. But for me to answer the first part of the question and give
that was a long question.
The second part of it. Yeah. But I don't like to talk too much then. I think for NIDO or for all artists, it's a super nice possibility to get in contact with real fans. So someone buying an NFT from NIDO and showing him that, hey, I have your NFT, NIDO can really get very nice in contact. You really know these are really nice followers. They have 2 or they have 10 of my NFTs already. So I think the power of the artist, if he uses this new technology in a nice way, gives a really tight bundled between the artist and his fans. And also what I love, you can ask your fans, hey guys, what do you need? You can really make it decentralized and get comments. And I think it's very nice to do that directly, because the big luxury in NIDO's case, in my eyes, is he has no boss. He has no record label. Nobody says, do it this, look there, look there. He can be an artist, what I, as a fan, can touch. There's no filter. Like, we all know a record company will tell NIDO what to do, perhaps. So there is no filter anymore. There's just fan to artist. And this is something I think it will change the world. It will change the artist. It is really nice.
NIDO, you wanted to say something to this, right? Go ahead.
Yeah. Like Tim said, it's a whole other level of connection with the supporters and the fans. And like you said, without the record labels, or I'm my own boss, I can make whatever music that I like. And my fans, they're supporting me and following me with my creativity. And that's as an artist, it's really inspiring to have that freedom. Instead of someone telling me that you should do more of this, you should do another note, or to have it more, to reach more people. Like I don't care, because I have my supporters.
You choose your platform. You choose where to market.
And to go back to the identity part and the identification, like one of the earliest definitions of NFT maker was that it was a toolbox for us artists, and they truly expand more with the identification part, because with the DIDs, because like you said, I can attach my identity to whatever I want to offer my supporters or fans, and they know that it's from me. They know that it's legit, and I think that creates a level of trust that hasn't been before. So it's easier for the fans to maybe mint some of my releases, or mint some of my songs. So
And Partick, how, as a tool maker, how are you collaborating with artists to make this possible? And how do you see this evolving going forward? You already talked a bit about having these verifiable NFTs, but can you please tell me a bit about how do you see this evolving going forward on Cardano?
So basically, we're in the very, very early stages of all of this, like digital identity, NFTs, everything of that is like super early stages. And the interesting part about it is that art is really leading the way. Like NFTs right now are basically only art, right? But that's great, because like with art, we can try all these different things, and we can also fail sometimes or reiterate on things without risking real estate or risking like insurances or so on
health data or whatever.
So basically, we're using this as a test in many cases, and we've really changed, or like in general, the NFT scene has really changed over time a lot. And now this, with the whole digital identity stuff, is basically the next step. But that's only the beginning of the whole digital identity journey, right? Tim knows this better than me, but in the end, we're going to have a wallet, and we're going to have all our different identity information in there, and then we can have like all the different, we can connect to a website and choose which stuff we expose to them and stuff like that, right? That's really what I'm excited about this identity topic. And for me, NMaker is trying to pave the way towards that, and I'm trying to basically work with artists and work with people like NIDO and work with others to figure out, okay, what are the actual problems that those people have right now? Because those problems, if we solve them now, we can use those problems later on to not only help artists, but help every single person that is interacting with the blockchain in some sort of way. And and that's kind of how I see it. So I'm extremely excited for what we built already and what we will be building in the near future, in not only us, but like Cardano in general and blockchain in general.
I've heard so many good things about NFT Maker and how you help artists, so I wanted to say that. And I want to move on.
I'd like to jump in there. I have to also to Patrick, your company, great. I think I minted 3 or 4 projects. It was always something new inside. And you see this guy, Patrick, he's with you 2 o'clock in the night, making the mint going. Wow. So I just can say, I'm very thankful because it was my project where Patrick had, I think he got a gray hair because of that. And I just have to jump in here because I'm super happy to work with Patrick, and he's one of the most supportive guys in the area, including Christian and his team. We don't have to forget them. It's great to work with them. I just can tell you, go to Patrick if you would like to know anything about NFTs.
Maybe that brings us to an important topic to me, like from the ethical standpoint, like, is there something we should protect users from? Like, is there, for example, like too much data you could share? Is there some ethical things we need to keep aware of when it comes to these self-sovereign identities? Should you be able to share absolutely any data about yourself, and on what type of platforms? For example, how do we make sure it's interoperable, or how do we make sure we don't become a Web 2.0, but only with more monetization of all of this data? This is something I see so much potential for people now to have more control over their data, but I think it's important we as tool makers or as solution providers also are very aware of this power and make sure that it's open source, it's freely available, it's interoperable, it's working on different type of blockchains, and that it tries to create more freedom for artists, as one example of users. So maybe you have some viewpoint on this, like the ethical part of self-sovereign identity and yes, how we help.
Yeah, Patrick started already that we are on the journey. I always say, we are the snowball on the Mount Everest still, and we have to be careful not to stuck in our echo chamber. And there is questions, if something is tied to your identity and I die, what will happen to these goods with my kids?
Yeah,
these are questions who are coming. It's rarely happened, but it will happen that people have real estate or any assets bond on your identity, tied together with your identity. What will happen?
If I'm unconscious,
we are talking with the Internet Identity Workshop about it. We are talking with W3C about it. We are talking with people who have ledgers, like cold wallets. So there are questions open, but we are on a journey and we have to do it right today. We had a lot of problems in Web 2. You see there were hackers stealing data and everything, but this is by tech not possible with IAMX because we don't have the data. It's really stored with the KYC provider, and we limit that the data is transferred too often. So nobody in the whole chain sees the real data. It's the KYC provider have it, you have it in your wallet, and if you transfer it, just the guy you like to make business with or where you like to reveal identity parts will see it in real text. So it's always you have to think about there is a zero knowledge proof. So you always have to answer the question yes or no. Is it NIDO? Yes. Is he older than 18? Yes. Is he allowed to drive a car? Yes. That's enough. They don't need the eyes of the color of the eyes, the hair. They don't need it. So we are now perhaps a little bit too careful, but I think we have to be careful today, not tomorrow when it's done, when it's already, you know, everybody knows the color of eyes of NIDO, and nobody should perhaps know it. Yeah, just an example.
Exactly.
So we have to do it right today, decentralized. Try to do a de facto standard. So listen to the architects, which in our case are W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium. Make it that it's GDPR conform, please. You know, a lot of people don't think about that. What is happening, how you transfer data from A to B. Is it hashed? If it hashed, I can really hash it. Yeah, we have quantum computers in front of us. So this is not possible. You need to have it by tech. Your tech has to be like, this will happen no matter how the future will look like from computer, from how the governments react on you. We know there will be regulations coming, because if my mom enters the internet today, the blockchain, and likes to play around with NFTs, she gets scammed in the first hour and will lose everything. We are sure we are sitting are sure we have a problem with scams. And this is something we have to look at, and how to very carefully find the right solution. We can't go there with a big hammer and say, everything KYC, bam, bam, bam. But we have to look where the scams come from, and make it hard for people to have a malicious act in a malicious way and doing scams. We have to make this very expensive, and we have to make it that we can reveal the ones who are really acting bad, because blockchain has to move out of this corner. There is no money laundering. There is no scams anymore. This is, if we don't manage this, the race is lost. This is clear. If we don't get it out of this dark corner, we are lost. All our investments, all our programming is lost. So we need the mass adoption to make it easy for my mom or for all of us. You know, if we buy a car, we don't like to hold the machine, the motor, where the petrol is going to. We like to sit in a car and have a convenient drive. And that we have to enable with blockchain.
Yeah, if you don't notice the technology, but just how you use it, that's when you came really to the right point, when it's no longer noticeable. So it has to be easy enough. So it builds trust, but it's not something that's tiresome, or basically it should not be to have 400 web pages of passwords you need to do. You should be seamlessly just log into a page and get this verifiable NFT to automatically check your identity and make your life more easier instead.
No, not automatically.
Oh, sorry. Can you explain
You own your
this?
identity. You give it free. You just connect your wallet with your, in a browser now, you connect your wallet with a browser. Now every move you do in the web is related to the identity you logged in. Because NIDO, I'm sure he has a forename and a surname and everything, but today he is here NIDO and he's legit. He reveals him, he's doxed, but he likes to use the NIDO identity in Twitter, where he's promoting his business and everything. But if he rents a car, he just can't say, yeah, I'm NIDO. He has to connect his other wallet. Yeah, so this is and it's not a fake identity what NIDO is doing. He's just using different identities with different deepness to his personality. And automatic is a word I don't like, because NIDO has to say, yes, today I'm NIDO, tomorrow I'm not. And this is own your identity, power the people.
That's a very good point, and I think NIDO also has an opinion about that. NIDO, go ahead.
Yeah, I was like, you're right, Tim. It should be, I like with the Project Newham release, when we first set it up, and I got a contract to sign, because it was to have Newham fractionalize the rights, the streaming rights for my release. They need to have it by contract. And it has to be my real identity, because, or else it doesn't matter. And I was like, when I got the contract and I asked for my real name, it was a decision I had to make that, okay, each and every one that mints and pays for my stream tokens if you go into Pool PM or and see them there, you can see a PDF that's embedded with them, and that's the contract that has my legal name on it. But I agreed to that to be able to do this. But yeah, as Tim said, right now I'm NIDO because I act like NIDO. But from the legal side, it must be my legal name. But I chose to do it.
And
just to repeat, it's not fake identities and real identities. It's use cases again.
Yeah.
So I, with my talking about IAMX, is something very conservative. We have to be a very secure company. So I think jokes are not always the best to promote the project. Yeah. So when I like to promote my Teddy Troop project, I change my Twitter handle, my Twitter account, because I can do my thing. I'm me. I'm the guy who loves graffiti and art and music. But on the other side, I have to be a businessman, answer serious questions, helping people to understand how important decentralized identity is. So yeah, sometimes it's a little bit like NIDO said. It was the first time I heard about this, and it gives me already the idea. How can we change that? NIDO can be in a contract, because we point, if there's NIDO standing, we point somewhere where his real identity is, and this can be in his wallet. So I think, NIDO, we have to talk about this. And yeah, perhaps, this is what Partick says, use cases popping up. You have to love it. And I love to make NIDO always NIDO when he likes to be NIDO, not because some government said us, no, there he can't be NIDO. NIDO should decide where he's NIDO. And the technique Partick is producing with us, it's possible. Yeah, we can save the name NIDO and just reveal if people say, I don't think it's NIDO, he cheats me or something, that the police or government had said, say NIDO, now we need your real name. We can, I think it's easy to solve this problem.
So maybe a better word is like seamless movement of data, that you are still in the control, but what data needs to be shown is more seamlessly done by the backend, basically. So you are in control, but what data is shown, it depends on what is needed, really. I think that's the key word that's better, and thank you for correcting me on the automatic. I think seamless is a better word for it. So that brings me to maybe one of the last topics. So should all data be movable? So for example, data connected to an NFT, currently you can move an NFT from one wallet to another. Are there some types of data that maybe should be tied to a wallet? I don't know if you're familiar with this term, soul-bound tokens, or more like some NFT that's connected to a specific address and cannot be moved from this. What do you guys think about this? Is there some use cases for this? I guess it's my question.
It's a good question. I think so. If you don't make it movable, it kind of defeats the purpose, because then you have the data, connected. If it's on the chain and it's connected to only one wallet, you can still give away the wallet access, right? And then it's still movable. So basically, what you need to be doing is you need to have some data which is off-chain. Your identity doesn't need to be on-chain all the time. Like, you don't want it to be on-chain. You want to have it verified maybe on-chain, but and then it doesn't need to be movable. It doesn't need to be an NFT. It could be in the transaction or something like that, in the metadata of some transaction. But the data itself should be stored with you locally in your wallet, but not, in your wallet on-chain, so that you can choose where you want to expose it. And I think that's really where we're going with this. It sounds a little bit vague if I explain it like that, but it does make sense, I promise.
Yeah, but if you could sell your identity, to move part of your identity to another wallet, that defeats the purpose of the identity itself. Yeah. So I think it makes perfect sense. Yeah. But yeah, I guess we can end with maybe talk a bit. What is important for you about NFTs and self-sovereign identity? What do you think is an important topic we haven't discussed during this panel discussion, something you care about. Or NIDO, I would really like to also hear a bit about your latest music project. So that would be for me interesting. But yeah, feel free. This is like the end of the panel, and you can bring to the table what you want. What's your passion? Yeah. Do anyone want to go first? I can start, or if you want to go. Yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, at the end, I love that we have these. Really, we have people who like to explore. So you asked me what I like to see. I like to see that never stop exploring. I'm in my not working days, working hours, I'm a climber, and there's also a big brand who said never stop exploring. So I'm climbing and diving. That is my big passion. I'm a cave diver. And what I love is that NIDO is there, it's very early and tries it and has so much energy, and this is something, what I think this is what is moving the space. Is not like decentralized, we do like this, this technical aspects. I think first of all, we have to know we like to do something good, something new, something nice, and you have to believe in yourself that you really say, no, I like to try it, because I think, I know it from my side, people say, that is blockchain, forget about it. And everything's get bigger and bigger since 2 years. And if I listen too much to other people, I would not sit here and talk with you about NFT projects, what we can do in the future, and meet NIDO. And I think it's never stop exploring. Do what you really feel about blockchains. Give so much possibility. We will do an NFT project soon. I can't reveal the artist now. He's a very, very famous photo artist, and his picture will change. So he's fighting against, and that's something what I like to give to NIDO. Perhaps I never saw it in a music NFT, that they are very sustainable. This photographer is very sustainable living, and he likes that his pictures are changing if the CO2 concentration in the air is getting more and more toxic. Then his photos, which are sold for sometimes 100,000 euro, will change. And this is something to explore a new space, really, where you can think, okay, I go like this and not like this, and this always with the, with the right angle and everything. No, you have to really be crazy, and a song can change. Yeah. So you can make a joke inside. The song will change one day and will flip back to the other, and the people who find it, it's something. You give something to your community. You entertain your community. You make them your fans. You make it special. So this is something in line with never stop exploring. This is something I think artists or NFT project builders should look at, that will really use the space, because I think we don't find the limits today, and we can still search for these limits. And yeah, so NIDO has he's an artist. I'm happy that I don't have to be an artist there, because I just do the boring part, NIDO and other artists do the funny part, the entertaining part. And yeah, I would love to see them really going crazy and try something and fail and try again. This is, I think, it's the spirit what we have to follow.
Really love that, and short notice from me as an SBO, like I want to have ways to communicate with my delegators, like a two-way street. So this is for me. I
have something for you.
Excellent.
It's the IAMX delegation center. Yeah, you can try it. Yeah, just drop me an email, and you can just try it. This is really a communication where you are in touch with your delegators, in touch with your fans. Yeah, it's community. We always talk community. It's such an easy said word. You have to do something for your community. Yeah, if you're an artist, you entertain them. If you're like a business company like we do, we have to deliver quality. Yeah, and this is something we also have a tool now. This is very new. It's called, we have the VNFT together with Partick, and now we are developing the V pool with Partick. So we will have a verification for stake pools, because we all know there are rug pools also in ISPOs, and if you set up pools, to the people who don't know it, in Cardano you have stake pools, you can put money in and rewards getting out, and you can say, okay, I give these rewards to NIDO, so he gives me his token, and he can build up his business from there. And there are pools who said, yes, I'm a NIDO pool, but they are not. So we have just started to write in SIP to verify pools with the technique we already build up. Just to have. We also try to explore a little bit more.
That's fantastic. I know many SPOs who have trouble with people copying their tickers and trying to basically ride off the fame of the other SPOs. So I would really love to see that.
Imagine Patrick, if Paris Hilton has a stake pool, my friend.
That would be very funny, actually.
Should NIDO, I was just curious about this music project, and I guess that's a way to interact with your fans. Like, could you tell a bit about this latest song and what's the concept behind it?
The one with New?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the concept behind it's the proof of concept that Project Newroom has, that you can remove all the middlemen, and the supporters or fans, sometimes investors, of course, can have ownership of the artist they love and want to support, and they can help push the artist forward. And I believe by doing so, you feel more attached, and you get more incentive to share. So not just for the financial part, but to help the artist.
It's a community building. You feel part of something, part of a song, part of a story. Yeah,
it is, and not only with Project Newroom's proof of concept, but with NFTs as well. And like Tim said, to explore. I started when I started using NMKR or NFT Maker. I set up my projects and releases as fungible tokens because I was so unsure. And you have to explore, you have to try, you have to fail. And as I evolved and started getting smarter and learned more, like how this space works, how NFTs works, I was more in the start to push things out, to just get my music out. But as I progressed, it was like I want to give my fans and supporters the more exclusivity part. Like you own an NFT, not a fungible token. That seems so watered out for me now. So it's more special for both me and the supporters, I believe, to own an NFT of my work. So instead of just minting 1,000 FTs, that's all the same, you can have 100 NFTs.
Something more unique.
Yeah, something more unique. And yeah, like the blockchain space is groundbreaking for artists now, because you can truly be creative. And I think that's a lost part of an artist's life, that you begin creative, but you have a big system that shuts it down eventually. But now we have the opportunity to find that again.
That's a really great observation of it. It creates more space for the creativity again, instead of all of the other functions that weights down on you, basically. And Patrick, I want to end with a challenge to you. What are you currently passionate about? What are you thinking ahead of for your projects?
Yeah, I mean, my goal is just to move a little bit away from NFTs as collectibles only, and move more towards like actual use cases for NFTs. So that's why I love NIDO's project with Project Noom, and and I just want to see like actual applications for NFTs, where NFTs can solve real problems, and by solving real problems, that's how we get to the regular users. Like if I tell my mom to buy an NFT, she doesn't really understand it. But if I tell her, okay, you can purchase a part of NIDO's like streaming revenue or something like that, then that's huge, and that's what I want to see. So I'm building NMKR in a way so that we can enable these projects, and that we are creating the infrastructure for this type of project, and that we can really bring in the next billion users, instead of just building for the same bubble over and over again.
Wow, I am really glad we had this panel discussion. I hope my questions were okay, that we have given something to the audience. Thank you so much. I learned a lot during this. Again, I come more from the technical staking pool operator side of things, so this is a bit new world to me, but I learn a lot, and yeah, thank you. I think we'll end it there.
Thanks for having us here.
All right.
Skal vi se. 1, 2. Har vi noe lyd her? Jepp. Skal vi se. Så, som dere sikkert skjønner, altså, det fortsatt en del rynker som må rettes ut, og mange heftige debatter, men her fikk vi i hvert fall satt litt lys og tanker rundt KYC, NFTs, digital identitet, og dette nok, altså, det mange som tror at det kanskje kommer for sent inn i dette her da, inn i kryptoverden, men jeg kan jo bare si så at vi har egentlig ikke begynt reisen med å liksom bruke kryptovaluta som skal gjøre. Så veldig bra. Jeg tenkte jeg skulle kjøre i gang en liten konkurranse her. Bare sånn, så ikke dere sakker ut på meg her. Skal vi se. Jeg har noe på en eske bak her. Skal vi se her. Skal vi se hva som er oppi her. Nei, pakke opp, det klarer jeg. Så det ikke komplisert, og veldig degen trekning, bare sånn for å si det sånn. Tenkte bare sånn at den som har rette svaret, rekker opp hånda først. Og så har Thomas, han skal få lov til å si hvem som rakk den opp først. Du klar, Thomas? Ok. Hvem kan si ett navn som enten har vært på skjermen her eller på scenen her i dag? NIDO, det helt riktig. Hei! Karina er våken da, vær så god. Jeg hadde lyst til å gjøre noe skikkelig vanskelig nå, da, men ok, vi kan jo ta bare noen spørsmål mens jeg står og tenker. Det noen som har tenkt å minte en NFT etter at dere har vært her i kveld? Så kunne du tenke seg å gjøre det. Bare rekke opp en hånd liksom, bare for å se. 1, 2. Ja. Bare sånn, vi har ikke noe mikk der. Bare for å spørre, hvem var det som hadde? Du hadde hånd oppe der. Hvorfor skulle du ha mint deg? Bare sånn kjapt. Nice. Ta seg inn en flaske. Ok, jeg skal ta en som... spørsmålet hvor mange Lovelace det i en ADA? Rekk opp hånda. Nope. Hvem sa? Si det en gang til. Ok, hvor mange Lovelace det i en ADA? Det helt riktig. Nydelig. Tokenomics. Ok, så jeg vet det noen som fryktelig tørste og veldig sultne. Jeg kan jo si det, vi har neste som skal opp på skjermen her Kevin J. Foxe. Det noen som vet hvem han Det vi en. Så jeg skal være helt ærlig, jeg visste heller ikke hvem han var før jeg var en tur inn i Oslo her for 2 måneder siden. Ish. Men han også han som har laget til, og hjernen bak, The Blair Witch Project. Det var en sånn skikkelig skummel film som var. Herlig kar, altså møttes vi på røykehjørnet, og så var bøtteballetten i gang. Og så fikk vi han til å gi et bidrag her på Cardano Summiten vår. Så etter at Kevin er ferdig, han skal snakke litt om Mandala, Metaverse. Der kobler jo, hvis dere sikkert skjønt nå, så er denne røde tråden med NFTs, Metaverse, identitet og så videre. Så da er vi ferdig med den biten der. Og så etter Kevin nå, så blir det matpause. Da er det masse aktiviteter der ute. Som vi nevnte, vi har fotoboot, vi har lykkehjul, vi har VR. Dere kan se på, det blir 3D-print der. Og så er det en kul ting som er kanskje noe av det aller viktigste da, med å komme på sånne her samlinger som det her. Det er ikke bare å drikke øl sånn som Martin gjør, men det er snakke sammen. Fordi her i kveld nå så har vi folk som er griseråde på staking. Jeg mener literally griseråde. Vi har folk her som er grisegode til å programmere. Vi har investorer her. Vi har community-folk her. Så bare det å lære litt fra alle og connecte. Man kan møte folk fra chatten, fra Krypto Labs. Kan spørre om hvem Krypto-Haldis er, for eksempel, så har vi sånn svaret borti her. Så, nei, hva sa du? Ja, hvem er det som vet hva Krypto-Haldis er for noe? Det er det helt riktig. Ja, det er... Og for dere andre som bare satt og hæ? Så det er bare en sånn morsom greie vi har gjort på livestreamen, at vi har jo... Det her er hamstere nede i Tyskland, det daua. De hadde en sånn livestream som gikk sånn hvis at hamstere løp den veien, så gikk ting ned, og så vi løp den veien. Så, men Krypto-Haldis er litt mer sostifikert, for hun liksom holder seg til Cardano og litt forskjellig da. Så, med det, folkens, så er det bare da å trykke på... Hvor er det blitt av fjernkontrollen? Ja, du har den, ok. Da skal du få gjøre the magic. Snurr film!
Hey, welcome to Oslo and the Cardano Summit. I'm not in Oslo, or maybe I am, but I can tell you one thing where I am, in the Metaverse, and so are you, and that's where I'm speaking to you from. Might be the future, might be the past, but I'm here now with all of you. I was in Oslo to speak at another summit on the Metaverse not long ago. It's where I met Kent and Thomas, and thank you for having me here on this one. I wish I could be there again. I really enjoyed that city a lot. I'm Kevin Foxe. I'm working on a project right now called the Mandala Metaverse, and that is something you may or may not be familiar with, but check it out, and I'll get more into that a little bit later. I wanted to talk about what is the Metaverse and how it is coming to be. A big thing I believe about the Metaverse is that we're building it now, and I'll get into a little bit of that more later as well. Metaverse started a long time ago. I believe it started with things like Pong and Donkey Kong. But the main point is that it was mentioned in a book, and that book was Snow Crash. It came out in 1992, which was very early in the internet in those days. A lot of people weren't on it yet. He was sort of forecasting what things could become, which I found very interesting. It was very Philip K. Dickish. And a lot of the ideas from that book came from another book by Julian Jaynes, and that was The Bicameral Mind. And the origin of consciousness. And consciousness is something that's really, really interesting and appealing to me, because I look at the consciousness of storytelling and how storytelling is immersive, and where does our consciousness go when we get into stories. And the idea of movies telling stories in a weird way, a whole bunch of strangers gathered together in an audience and watch a movie, and they're supposed to all of them suspend their belief to give to the story that's going to be presented to them, and that's through visuals, through audio, and often from a book. So now you've got literally cross-platform storytelling. A book becomes a movie, and the idea that we can manipulate visuals and audio and music and the words from a written page in different ways visually is very important to where we're going with the Metaverse now, because a lot of that will be visual. And now I'll go back to 1992 and jump forward from when Snow Crash came out, because now the internet was starting to grow, and the internet grew in ways that no one predicted. There were a lot of ideas about what could happen, but I don't think anyone foresaw the destruction of music platforms through MP3s and Napster and things like that. And I don't think anyone really realized the explosive nature of emails that was going to happen. And what happened at first on the internet was a lot of people were on it, and they were there almost anonymously. A lot of people found that early on you could pick a crazy name and be on the internet. And I don't know if that was for any reason other than just we could, so we did. A lot of us got on the internet and had a crazy name. I still hold the email name that I used way back in the day, and it's SprocketKF, which is, it has nothing to do with me, but it has to do with film and who I thought I was and what I was going to become. And then what we saw was a shift later. People, and let me go back to that for a second, which is there were games as well. And you got to remember, there was Pong. Pong was a very neutral game. It was just ping pong. It was a block that moved up and down. And the idea was to just block a ball, which wasn't even a ball, a square, from passing by you. And that led to other games, which was Space Invaders, which was now you're a spaceship at the bottom. But it was never you. You were a paddle. You were a spaceship. You were a thing. And then even when it grew to Donkey Kong and games like that, you still weren't the player. You were a player playing it. We saw a huge shift later, which was first-person shooter games suddenly became you were in the game. And that was a massive, massive movement in who we are and identity in what I think is beginning. These are the seeds of the metaverse back in that day. That we were planting seeds for what was going to be a metaverse that we didn't even know of yet. Because the things I just mentioned were probably pre-92 and then laid over 92 and moved forward. And then what we saw was a shift in social media. People started to actually want to represent themselves now online and be themselves online. And you know, Facebook was a huge piece of this. You put your picture, your face, and most likely your name. And so we shifted from anonymous to now being, and I think what happened was a lot of people thought they were going to be famous on the internet. We even have a phrase, internet famous. So that was a really interesting shift for me, is your identity in the metaverse. And again, it's still not the metaverse, although Mark Zuckerberg would tell you differently because he's named his company Meta. Meta is another interesting word, because when Neil Stephenson used the word meta for the metaverse, he was thinking when something becomes, you gotta remember, he read that book, right, The Origin of Consciousness, and meta is when something becomes aware of being aware. And so there's a meta happening, and we're now in a virtual space that actually doesn't exist. It's being represented to us through visuals and images and audio, and right, and it's a place that doesn't exist. It's only digital, it's virtual. And now that's incredibly meta already. You're in a place that doesn't exist. And so that was, he was referencing that people would go online and go to a place that doesn't exist and yet live out lives there. And that's what Neil Stephenson was really getting at in his book. There were a lot of things going on in there. And he even had an idea that there would be a virus that would happen online in the metaverse, and that would cross back over into the real world, and people would get this virus in their blood. That is, that it'll cross back over into the real world. That's very, very important. And the idea of our consciousness becoming aware of itself with the tool of, let's call it a simulator, and not a simulation, because a simulation was what the Matrix presented us. And that is, to me, one of the most dystopian, scary ideas ever, and that is that we are living in a simulation, that none of this is ours, and we're sitting in a vat of goo, and we're a battery for an alien species, and they're feeding all of this stimuli to us, and we're living in a crazy world. It's not even a world, it is virtual, and it doesn't exist. And I think that's what Neil was also getting at as well. Now, jump forward to where we are today. So the metaverse, you know, it's a word we talk about, we throw it around a lot, and I think mostly because there is a big business push behind it. There's going to be a lot of money made here. I don't think anyone has figured out what the monetization is yet, and I don't think anyone's figured out how it will actually make money yet, and we're in the process of that right now. One of the things I think is very important, and it's a subject I was touching on earlier, and that is your identity. Having a virtual identity is now back in. And if you see in crypto, almost everybody has a name that is a name that represents who they want to be, who they are, or a way that they can be hidden or anonymous. And I think that's crucial right now, because having your virtual identity is, if there is, we are definitely in the sort of fast-growing phase of the metaverse right now. So having a virtual identity in this space is crucial and important. And we've partnered with the company it's IAMX, so IAMX, IAMX, which is a very interesting concept of the company already. But they're really, I think, breaking barriers in this concept of your digital identity. And they've worked on, and you've all heard of DIDs, I hope. If you haven't, it's DID, which is a decentralized identifier. And you can have an identity now. In fact, you can have multiple identities. And I urge all of you to go ahead and create virtual identities for yourself. And what IAMX does that's really important is it allows you to have a virtual identity in this new space that doesn't exist again, so you may not even exist. And I'll get to what Mandala is doing with all of this in a minute. But that is, there's also a piece of it where you have to have what's called a KYC, and that's know your customer. So if I'm buying virtual goods, which is what we just recently did in Web 2 through Amazon and others, you're going to need to be able to buy, purchase, and do things. And that's attached to things that are definitely very important that you have an identity, because that's a bank account, that's a cell phone, that's things like that, a credit card. And so what DIDs can do is they can build a wall between these two things. They can say, I am cyber guy, but I'm also Kevin Fox. And my information that's needed for my credit, for my money, for my banking, for all the things that are know your customer, that they can exist with Kevin, but I know that cyber guy is connected to Kevin. And I'm in control of that information. Now these identities are very important because they also include NFTs and wallets. And a big part of having your identity in, I hope, what's going to be the metaverse and what we're building. And I say we, meaning all of us are building. And that's the foundational pieces. And I'll get to a little bit more of that in a second. But your wallet, when you hold a wallet and it's attached to your DID, they can check each other. And this is going to be very, very valuable. And I think a lot of companies and corporations are starting to see that now. I envision real soon you're going to have a Disney wallet. Sadly, a lot of you will. And that Disney wallet will hold NFTs. And the NFT might be Jack Sparrow or Jack Sparrow's first mate. And when you go to Disneyland and you have your DID with you, or your wallet with you, it can check to see what NFTs you have. And you'll get into Frontierland and maybe get to the head of the line or get a special thing on the ride. So that's where, to me, I love that might happen, because it is blending the real world back into the metaverse and vice versa. But it's also now corporations getting their hands on this stuff. And that's okay too, because it does mean widespread adoption. I also see Netflix using this. They're having a problem with sharing passwords right now. Well, if it's connected to a wallet and it checks for an NFT that you may have, it's pretty hard to share a password. And you're going to see a lot of these things eventually happening soon. And that's all foundational pieces of where we're going with the metaverse. But what we believe is your identity should be sovereign. And that now gets into crypto real fast, because sovereign identities are crucial to what's, everything you want to do in crypto, and being sovereign is very, very important. For me, sovereign is a form of expression, and it means free, and it means free expression. And I think that's something we all should be really embracing. That's decentralization. And I'm a big fan of decentralization, as many of you know. Decentralized currency is important. Decentralized organization is real important. That's why we have DAOs. And so having a sovereign, we called our NFTs, our first launch of NFTs was on Cardano, and we called them sovereigns. And we did that for a reason. We wanted to educate people as they go through the process of going through this process of entering into the metaverse that we're going to hopefully be building. So having a sovereign on Cardano is kind of a big deal. We went to ETH next, and we're selling, I think, I don't know the dates of this and when we're launching, but we'll be selling some NFTs on ETH, and those are regens, which is a regenaissance. It's kind of a play on degens, and we're hoping to regenaissance the degens into a new world. But a lot of those ETH people did cross over. And cross-platform and cross-chain is very important to us. And they did go buy Cardano, they went and got ADA, and they bought NFTs in Cardano, and I think that's huge. I think all of you in this audience should definitely be looking into our NFTs on Cardano, because those are a very, I don't want to say exclusive, but they're a fixed number that will be for sale there. And I think you'll enjoy them, because we also did an interesting process with our NFTs. And that was that we started with very pixelated NFTs, and then we went to hand-drawn NFTs. So you're seeing this evolution of progression through the world of the metaverse. And soon we'll be having more 3D, sort of, let's call them Unreal Engine NFTs, and those will be probably on both ETH and Polkadot, and possibly on Cardano as well. So I know there's a lot of information here, and I'm trying to sort of give you an overview of the entire process, because there is a lot of foundational pieces. I can't build a game yet for blockchain, because we all know this, transactions cost money, and they're very slow. As those speed up, and as we lower our gas fees and figure out ways to have transactions, maybe on second layers like Immutable X is doing or Polkadot is doing, and I think Cardano is working on as well now, that's all very important, because the faster we can have transactions happen on other layers, and the faster we can have transactions not cost a lot of money, that will allow us to have game choices be transactionalized, meaning that they can be tracked on a ledger, and again, your data of every choice you make in a video game can now come back and hopefully, reward you, or let's say pay you. You should be profiting from that information that these games are now actually scraping from you and using to their own accord. So having your sovereign identity, I think, is important, and it definitely is important in the Mandala Metaverse, because we're encouraging people to explore who they are, find your vocation, try out different things in a simulator, not a simulation, a simulator, and see what works for you, what doesn't. Find the personality you want to be, because the idea that you can be somebody in this simulator, and we call it an enlightenment simulator. We're hoping people find pathways to enlightenment, and enlightenment is whatever definition you have for enlightenment. I don't want to be, sort of didactic here and explain to you what enlightenment is, because I don't think there is truly a definition that suits anybody but the one that you have for yourself. And so the other thing that's really interesting, I think people right now want to be an imaginary person. They want to explore things for themselves. They want to try on different hats. And I encourage that, absolutely, because there is a way to do it with very few consequences in a virtual world. We're also creating an MMORPG, which is really, if you go backwards in time through all of this that led up to creating the metaverse where we're headed into the future, it is an MMORPG. And MMO is, a massive multiplayer online game. And that's what we've been doing. This is all one big game we've been playing for years and years. And the RPG part is the sovereign identity, the role-playing game. What role are you playing in this game? And when you think of how meta that is, that's what people have been talking about for thousands of years, that this is a big game. Life is a game, and what role are you playing in that game? So we're encouraging you to not be Lara Croft, or not be Thor, or not be Wolverine or Captain America, but be you. And the reason that is important is because you're the hero of your story. You're not the hero of the story, you're the hero of your story. And all of our stories combined are what are making the world around us, but also what are going to make the metaverse. You'll participate in this metaverse, and I hope you do it in ways that you find beneficial to you. I hope what's going to happen here with this metaverse is that we have an opportunity now, and I think for two things, and I'll tell you in a second. We have an opportunity to create new franchises. And those franchises on a business model should not be studios making the profit from us on their franchises. We have an opportunity through blockchain right now, and through smart contracts, and through crypto, and through all this code base that we're creating of decentralization, to actually be the people who maybe profit from these stories by being engaged in them. And that's through your data and through your character that you are going to play in that story. And that's a huge, huge shift. And I think that's, if there's one thing we're doing at Mandala, it's that. We want you to be you in the story, our story, in the game, but also in the real world around you. I hope there's a lot of back and forth between the bicameral mind and the origin of consciousness of who you are in this world by testing it out in a simulator, an enlightenment simulator of who you are in that world. And again, I'll say it again, the consequences of a virtual simulator are a lot less than they are in the real world often. So we can really participate there in different ways, and I hope find your heroic nature, whatever that may be. I will say, and I'm going to look down just for a second because I have a few notes here, but the metaphor of the metaverse is that it is an experiment in a virtual space to re-examine our world, not recreate it. And that's important. While everybody's busy recreating this world in the virtual space, I think, you hand a bunch of kids Roblox or Minecraft. They didn't build this world, they built a world they imagined, And that's what the metaverse needs to be. We have to build a world that we're imagining, and here's why. The world we're in right now, I think, is in trouble. And I think it's in more trouble than we're really aware of. And we have to come up with solutions in a virtual space with lesser consequences to see if we can prevent this possibility of the dystopian future that both Ready Player One and Snow Crash gave us. I don't think the metaverse is going to be either of those. Those have been built yet. We're now building the metaverse, and we don't know what it's going to look like yet. So what's really crucial here is, and I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to my notes here just for a second. Camus said, generosity to a future is in giving all to the present. And I truly, truly believe that. We have to give all to the present right now if we're going to create a future that we can, sustainably live in and leave to the generations not only of ours, but those behind those. The crazy part about consciousness, again, and why Mandala and doing what we're doing and building the game that we're building is going to be a very self-reflective process. You're going to not know what's real. Sometimes, as I'm sitting here talking to you right now, I'm not even sure this is real. In fact, Ada Lovelace, she wrote the first algorithm, and I think you're all familiar with her because of Ada. She created the first algorithm celebrating the human imagination as that wild faculty that seizes points in common between subjects having no apparent connection, random, never before brought into juxtaposition. Now that's a very interesting but loaded phrase, and it's where we are today. The metaverse is that possibility. If it is not co-opted as yet another corporate moneymaker, I would have said printer, but money is now digital, it's not printed. So these corporations are going to use this to make money to their best interests. When we have a moment in time, finally, to not only try and save the world, which, again, Cardano does that well. They're staking. Staking pools are out there trying to do good in the world through their staking pools. Another reason we chose to go to Cardano, and why I believe you're all here. This blockchain is absolutely affecting the real world. By continuing to build, block by block, chain to chain, NFTs, inventiveness, decentralized identifiers, new networks pushing outwards, never before possible, transparency, collaboration. We have to succeed together. That is where we are in the world right now. What is the value of human consciousness? What is that worth? Don't dream it, be it. Or let's dream it together in the metaverse and then be it in this universe. Thank you everybody for being here. And there's a few little videos that'll follow me that explain Mandala a little bit more. I can talk a lot more about Mandala because it is a big project. It does exactly what I was talking about earlier in this talk, and that is cross-platform immersive storytelling. So thank you again, everybody. I appreciate everybody in the Cardano Foundation, everybody in the Cardano community. And check out our NFTs and give us a lot of support because Mandala is trying to do something here that's, I think, in the vein of the Cardano spirit, and that is do something really good for the world. Thank you.
entertainment and gaming to enhance and evolve the human experience. Graphic novels, comics, and a TV series lay out the universe. Join a clan based on your skill set and interests. Now join the game and play from home, and let the game bring you back into the world around you. See how you affect the game and the game affects you. Explore each map and yourself on your hero's journey through a story that launches you into a world of transformation while you transform the world. How you play your part affects the entire game. Get the app and build up your character through exercising, guided meditations, or social interactions. Play the mobile game on your phone in the real world using AR, working with other clans, and protecting sacred sites all around the world. You and your character build up skills both in the game and in real life. Bonus VR experiences add to the gameplay. Next-gen blockchain framework, NFTs, crypto, and Enlightenment AI manifests an invested audience and unique collaborative gameplay. Your experience in this game may alter your perception of the world around you and ultimately your own reality. Drum beats by beat. We are the hallucination. The compound was on fire. NFTs available on Cardano, Ethereum, and Polkadot, and soon staking capabilities on all three chains.
Ok, yes. All right, der har dere Kevin og Mandala. Jeg har lyst til å lage litt liv og røre igjen, ja. Så det jo sånn da, at noen har jo ikke hatt muligheten til å komme hele veien hit til Lillestrøm. Noen bor hit, noen ditten, og de henger på YouTube-kanalen for nå, Krypto Labs. Big shoutout til Joddar, som han apa inn, for å si det sånn, med en superchat på 549 kroner. Hva synes du om det, folkens? Ja, det var helt rått. Jeg tror for å si det sånn, Joddar, det der var så degen gjort, så jeg tror jeg skal ta og sikre... Han fortjener en flaske, gjør han ikke det? Han skulle hatt noe med oppi også, men det en annen sak. Ellers så... Vi må finne på noe sprell her. Vi må dele litt noen flere flasker. Skal vi se. Sånn. Så da tror jeg skal ha litt hjelp av noen i salen her. Og by the way da, så det jo sånn at vi en god gjeng som holder på med dette her. Thomas den som skal ha mest creds for hele opplevelsen av kvelden. Så har vi Even som står der og drar i kameralinsa. Og så har vi Beatrice, som har vært og kjørt Cardano-presentasjon for damene tidligere i kveld, og nå sitter og passer på chatten. Så tusen takk for det. Så, skal vi se. Vi har... Kan ta deg da. Kan ikke du bare si, vi har fått en nytt medlem. Ser dere hva han kaller seg? Ja. Kan du bare si hei, og så navnet hans, og hilse fra hvem?
Hei, Ola. Skal hilse fra Odd Gunnar Stakevik.
Nydelig. Han fortjener en flaske, gjør han ikke det? Ta noen andre her da. Skal vi se. Her ser du en som trenger en flaske. Kan ikke du ta oss og... hilse til han der, det.
Hei, Leif G. Hilse fra Steinar, fra Cardano Summit 2022.
Nydelig! Ok, da skal ikke jeg plage dere noe mer. Det mat, folkens. Pizzaen blir god og varm. Datt inn døra her nå hvert øyeblikk, tenker jeg. Det ikke det, Thomas? Sånn ish 5 minutter. Ja. Ta og skravle sammen, snurr lykkehjul og løs verdensproblemer. Det og ikke minst, plag bartenderne som vi har ute her. Det designert 2 drikkeenheter til hver, men jeg tror det noe med veldig god margin. Så bare kos dere, folkens. Koster ingenting. Så kos dere! Jeg kan jo si det at vi tilbake her rett over 8, ok? Klokka 8. Kos dere! Kjør pausescreen. Yeah. Ok, folkens. Nydelig, nydelig. Har folk fått noe å spise, eller? Nydelig. Var det godt? Og drikke var også godt? Nydelig. Det er godt å høre. Du, vi starter opp om 10 minutter. 10 minutter så er vi i gang. Så dere rekker å plage bartenderne her litt til. Hut, hut. Det er helt riktig. Så halv.
bilder på begge to.
Hvis du gir jo den Adalog, tenker vi sier det under.
Ja, jeg vet ikke sånn logistikken her vil ligge an, men vi driver og jobbes med saken.
Ja, men det greit jeg sier det under, tenker vi. Ja.
Hvis jeg ikke rekker hit, for det var en kid oppe i ligningen her som fikk noe barnetrykk, men hun skal komme. Skal vi se. All right, folkens, all right. Round 2. Dere som har følger med på Krypto Labs-kanalen, det godt å se at dere henger med ennå. Vi skal ha inn innom jeg vil si, tre kule ting, synes jeg, før vi gir oss kvelden. Og når kvelden omme da, så ryktet sies at det blir litt ståhei og oi på gevir. Det 400 meter nedover gata her. Der har vi fri entré, og så egen krok oppe i andre etasjen, for det som ekstra tørste. Uansett, så skal vi ha Eystein her på nå med litt om Cardano sin historie. Og så skal vi ta litt titt på eiendom og fraksjonalisering av den. Daniel. Og så skal vi kåre årets nordiske Cardano-prosjekt. Det kåret av en av jury. Da har vi Eystein har vært med der og vippet tommelen opp og ned. Vi har hatt med oss Nicolas Kjerni fra Cardano Foundation. Så der har vi riktig forankring.
Ja.
Jepp, det må jeg kunne påstå å si. Og så har vi Wahid Shah, som representant for Cardano sin, det Global Community, eller sånn det kaller det?
Jeg tenker jo også det community-delen, ja.
Ja, det communityen, altså worldwide. Så det som jeg synes kult da, det at Cardano, de får jo faktisk med seg da, hva som ser på denne her øvre lille kladden nord for Ekvator. Det synes jeg kult. Så med det, så har jeg lyst til å gi ord til Eystein. Han vel, hva jeg kan påstå, en av de beste i Norge som kan veldig mye om Cardano, og veldig god på det.
Takk.
Jobber til daglig i NBX.
Ja.
Ikke swimmingpool-ansvarlig, men
Head of staking.
Head of staking.
Og vi har nettopp fått ferdig sånn at du kan stake på NBX sin plattform også.
Stemmer. Jeg har testet ut, det dritenkelt. Altså, selv mamma skjønte det. Så, nei. Men det jo egentlig bare kjør. Sånn,
ok. Ja. Det første jeg vil si at jeg head of stake ved NMKR, men jeg også en del av Cardano-community siden begynnelsen i 2017. Så for meg jeg utrolig glad for å se de oppmønte, og jeg prøvde å bruke litt av tiden, men så litt hes i stemmen, for jeg prøvde å snakke med mest mulig og bare høre hvorfor dere kommer hit, og hvorfor dere nysgjerrig på Cardano, for det betyr veldig mye for meg. Jeg veldig engasjert i Cardano som økosystem, og det handler litt om min egen bakgrunn. Oi, nå kom det end of show her. Det var jo ikke helt bra. Skal jeg bare trykke for å starte den sliden på nytt? Ja. Jeg blir ikke å starte helt på begynnelsen da. For jeg tror du må bytte slide, skjønner du. Denne her den forrige sliden. Ja. Jeg prater litt mens du prøver å finne ut her. Så jeg har egentlig vært med i community siden starten i 2017, og det jeg prøver å skal formidle til dere i dag, det kanskje å ta det litt mer ned, for det ikke sikkert alle her har noe erfaring med Cardano. Og jeg har vært med på å oppleve det her. Jeg var med helt fra starten av med å teste de første testnettene, og har opplevd en del underveis. Så planen min egentlig at vi skal ta en gåtur gjennom hele roadmappet til Cardano, og de forskjellige fasene vi har vært innom i Cardano.
helt ned til han Voltaire der nede, som handler om governance, og fra begynnelsen med Ada Lovelace. Og grunnen til at jeg er så engasjert i Cardano, det er hovedsakelig at det er så mange sånne såkalt real-fi-prosjekter, altså prosjekter der det er mer enn bare finansen, men at det skal ha en reell påvirkning på folk i den andre enden. Det handler ikke bare om å flytte penger, det handler om å gi folk for eksempel digitale identitetsmuligheter, det handler om å gi folk muligheten til å lese i bok for første gang, fordi at de har tilgang til lys og internett. Et sånt prosjekt som heter World Mobile som jobber med det. Men det er litt av min egen bakgrunn i det her. Og det første er sånn Cardano, ja, hva er det oppkalt etter, og hva er enheten, og hva det handler om. Cardano har et veldig sånn vitenskapelig bakgrunn. Jeg tror det er Geronimo Cardano, han var matematiker i renessansen, som publiserte over 200 artikler. Og Cardano er oppkalt etter han, for det virkelig målet til Cardano, det er å matematisk verifisere og bruke vitenskap til blokkjede, til noe godt. Og Ada Lovelace, det har vi jo kanskje nevnt tidligere, men hun var jo, blir mange ansett som den første programmereren, kvinnelig programmerer. Og så hørte jeg at det var sånn Krypto Girls night tidligere i dag, med jenten. Og vi tenkte at hva mer passende at hun Bea eller Beatrice, at hun får Ada Lovelace-plakaten etterpå. Så det synes jeg hun skal få. Men Ada Lovelace, hun er forlatt av han Byron, som vi skal snakke om etterpå, når hun var 1 år gammel. Men hun var også innenfor matematikk, og Ada er oppkalt etter henne. Den enheten på Cardano. Det kan være 45 milliarder Ada totalt, og det er liksom grenser, akkurat som Bitcoin har en grense. Og etternavnet hennes er akkurat som Satoshi, så har du Lovelace, som er enheten, som er den underenheten. Det kan være 1 million Lovelace for en Ada. Og det er hele grunnlaget for myntenheten. Men så skal vi begynne å se litt på hvordan utviklet det her seg. Og for meg er det helt utrolig. Dette var i 2017 det her kom ut. Den første perioden i Cardano-historien heter på en måte han Shelley. Jeg skal bare bla litt her. Han Byron mener jeg selvfølgelig. Han Lord Byron. Den egentlig passende. Fordi at det var akkurat sånn som Ada til å begynne med, de måtte utvikle selvstendighet, og det måtte hun fra tidlig alder. Og jeg synes det er passende symbolikk med at han var den første fasen, fordi at Cardano i 2017, den var ikke desentralisert, det er sannheten. Det var et federert system, det var input og output som drev noder. Men allerede den gang da, så den protokollen, den heter Ouroboros, den er basert på egentlig mytologien om den slangen som spiser sin egen hale, eller den evige syklusen. Det handler om at på Cardano, så hver epoke, så genereres de av blokkene basert på data fra den forrige epoken. Så derfor genererer hele tiden Cardano blokkjeden basert på historikken til Cardano. Og den blokkjeden den var en av de første som virkelig greide å knekke koden med det vi kaller for delegert proof of stake. Og det er utrolig kraftfullt. For noen av dere så visste jeg i demonstrasjon en sånn her liten node. Dette har bare en mobilprosessor. Den kan drive et helt sånn svært finansielt blokkjedesystem alene. En sånn her kan validere blokkjeder. Det er jo en enorm kraft i det. Det betyr at mange områder de kanskje ikke har de her store ressursene til å ha fancy datamaskiner til det her. De kan også være med på å verifisere det her. Og det andre som er det kraftfulle fra denne perioden var at brukeren sto i makt selv i forhold til hvem. Ada flyttet aldri fra walleten til den enkelte. Når du validerer på Cardano, så delegerer du ADA til et staking pool. Dine ADA forflytter seg aldri fra walleten din. Så du har fortsatt makten. Du kan velge å delegere til noen andre. Det ikke sånn som i andre blokkjeder der du flytter midlene over i en smartkontrakt, og du ikke lenger har kontroll på det. Og det virkelig et av de sentrale elementene i Cardano. Det her å gi den enkelte mer makt. Vi kaller det for sånn power to the edges. At den enkelte skal få mest mulig mulighet og makt. Det var ikke bare fryd og gammen i Byron-perioden. Den gangen da var det veldig mye misnøye med Cardano Foundation, de som faktisk sponser oss her i dag. Og det var faktisk så stor misnøye at community rundt samlet seg. Det var vel over 5000 underskrifter på at de ville bytte ut lederskapet. Og det ble gjort. Og det ser jeg nesten som litt på spien til det vi har helt nederst med Voltaire, som governance. Vi så veldig tidlig at vi kan ikke avhenge av den enkelte person. Vi nødt til å ha systemer som sikrer at uansett hvem som i den forskjellige posisjonen, så kan vi likevel ha makta til den enkelte. Og det skal vi snakke om i Voltaire, men det utrolig hva slags muligheter for det for den enkelte i Cardano-systemet til å bidra og være en del av helheten i det, og likevel så fungerer systemet kjempebra, uansett om noen prøver å gjøre noe som ikke er vennligsinnet mot systemet. Vi ser hvordan tida. Ok. Men så kom Shelley. Shelley var blant annet forfatteren av Fraksjon.Estate, etter at hun hadde et veddemål med blant annet lord Byron. Og det veldig passende, for det finnes faktisk en adressetype på Cardano som heter Fraksjon.Estate-adresser, der du tar et element fra en adresse og et element fra en annen og setter sammen til en adresse. Men i denne perioden her, så gikk vi fra den federerte der at input-output var de som styrte nettverket, til at vi som enkelte mennesker kunne drive denne blokkjeden, og med sånne her enkle midler. Og jeg vil si at vi på denne perioden her så fikk vi veldig mye opptrening, for at jeg sier, og noen spør meg hvordan jeg driver nå, ja, det kjempeenkelt, bare gjøre sånn og sånn, men sannheten er at vi hadde en 6 månedsperiode der vi lærte oss drift av det her. Det begynte med en sidekjede. Den sidekjeden for øvrig den som man har stemmegivning nå på Cardano, men det begynte i 2019. Da øvde vi oss. Og så kom det første reelle nettverket, og der vi fikk kontrollen over Cardano-nettverket i mai 2020. Og da var det sånn at Cardano gradvis ga slipp. Det var en såkalt sånn D-parameter. Og den oppdaterte man til at nå det faktisk Cardano drives kun av operatører sånn som meg. Over 3000 staking pools driver Cardano nå. Jeg har tørre å påstå at det en av de mest desentraliserte blokkjedene som der ute. For mange ser på antall validatører, men som kan spørre seg, det samme person som driver de validatørene? På Cardano det utrolig mange enkeltmennesker som driver de forskjellige stakingpolene. En annen viktig event var her at den hardforken som skjedde i juni, der gikk fra Byron til Shelley, det var en sånn stor event, akkurat sånn som på Ethereum, når de gjorde merge, så var alle kjempenervøse. Men det som så fint med den teknologien til Cardano, at alt av kode, alt du gjorde i Byron-perioden, det funker fortsatt i Shelley-perioden. Og den helt sømløs, den overgangen. Og den teknologien der har de brukt i alle de restene av de her fasene. Det betyr at nå vi som miljø vi så mye mer avslappet der andre spiser tenner fra en sånn hardfork til den andre, så det for oss en helt hverdagslig ting. Men jeg vil si en ting som viktig å få med seg rundt dem at vi hadde alle stakingpolene. På den tiden der så hadde vi faktisk ikke nettverk som automatisk oppdaget hverandre. Vi var nødt til å ta kontakt med de forskjellige poloperatørene som drev der, for å kunne drive nettverket effektivt og skrive inn adresser, IP-adresser. Peer-to-peer, det faktisk først nå det kommer på Cardano. Så det litt interessant fakta. En annen viktig ting som skjedde på denne tiden var at under denne testperioden så var det meste av de toolsene og alt, hvordan drive pools, det meste av det ble laget da, og det har egentlig ikke endret seg så veldig mye siden da. Vi har sånn guild operators, de lagde for eksempel live view til staking pool på denne perioden. Men så kom Gogen som han en informatiker. Og det passer veldig bra for at Gogen-perioden handler om hvordan Cardano implementerer smartkontrakter. Og en ting som veldig viktig med Cardano, det at det basert på Plutus, som igjen på en måte Haskell. Haskell, det som så fint med det at det variabler der, du har full kontroll over dem. Det brukes blant annet til å skyte opp romferge, så bruker man Haskell-kode. For at man så sikker på at de variablene først satt, så kommer de ikke til å endre seg, i motsetning til en del andre programmeringsspråk. Og denne oppgraderingen skjedde i september 2021. Og egentlig så har du 2 grupper av programmeringsspråk, eller egentlig 3. Men du har det første Plutus. Det finnes en egen sånn side for å lære seg det, og det finnes kurs i det for noen som interessert. Så det gratis kurs man kan melde seg på. Og det andre på en måte litt kult også. Det nesten sånn finansielle Lego-klosser. Det Marlow, det det vi kaller for sånn domain-specific language. Det de har gjort der at de tar alt av Haskell i bakgrunn, og det du trenger å gjøre bare å lage den finansielle logikken. Utrolig kraftfullt. Det kommer mer om Marlow etter hvert nå. Det var også denne perioden at Cardano kunne lansere tokens og NFT-er. Og fra september 2021 og til nå, altså Cardano allerede den 3. største blokkjeden i volum på NFT-er. Det har vært en enorm vekst på det. Min personlige mener at det skyldes blant annet at kostnader vet du på forhånd at du kun betaler hvis transaksjonen lykkes, og at kostnaden veldig lav. Og det skyldes det her programmeringsspråket, og det skyldes, som vi skal si i Basho-perioden, også måten Cardano på en måte holder bokføring av adresser, som EUTXO-modell. En siste viktig ting som kom i denne perioden, og som nært hjertet mitt, det jo Atala-prisen. Atala-prisen en sånn løsning for DIDS, eller sånn digital identitet, som muliggjør det at for eksempel i Etiopia nå så ruller de ut med 5000 elever får karakterene sine gjennom det systemet. Og elever som kanskje ikke har hatt et nasjonal ID eller noe som helst, har muligheten til å få utstedet en ID som de kan bruke. Veldig kraftige ting. Skal bare se hvordan vi ligger på tida. Ok, ja. EUTXO, eller sånn måten Cardano bokfører adresser og transaksjoner på, utrolig kraftig, og det noe dere bør få med dere når man snakker om sånne transaksjoner per sekund. Det en utrolig dårlig sammenligning å bruke i mange situasjoner, for det blir som å sammenligne epler med pære. På Cardano, hvis du går på eutxo.org, så kan du se blokkene fly forbi og innholdet i hver blokk. Her et eksempel på det med en Hosky-token, det meme-token til Cardano, og en haug med NFT-transaksjoner, og en haug med vanlige wallet-transaksjoner. Alt i en sånn transaksjon, og en blokk kan ha inntil 400 sånne transaksjoner per nå, og det hele til endring på hvor stort det er. Så ofte i Cardano så snakker vi om transaksjoner per transaksjon. Altså, hvor mye det faktisk som forflytter seg av verdier og oppføringer i bokføringen. Og Basho, det en japansk poet som var mester av haiku-dikt. Det skal symbolisere denne perioden med effektivitet. Basho-perioden har blant annet handlet om å få skalering. Altså at vi skal gjøre ting mer raskere og effektivt. Og der det 2 viktige prosjekt. Det ene Hydra, Det jo, hvis dere kjent med gresk mytologi, med monstre med flere hoder. Altså, de hodene, eller hydrakanalene som det kalles, det betyr at 2 stakingpool kan sammen snakke og oppdatere mellom seg så raskt som bare deres egen hardware begrenser dem. Og samtidig kan dette brukes til å oppdatere resten av blokkjeden på Cardano. Det vil være en måte å skalere veldig på, for du kan ha flere ut av de hydrahodene. Og det litt av styrken med EUTXO. Jeg skal ikke gå inn i detaljer på det, men det finnes mange artikler på at UTXO-modellen bedre på layer 2, fordi at du kan verifisere lokalt, mens for eksempel sånn som Ethereum så har den account-based modellen, den må du ha en sånn global oppføring. Det finnes løsninger for det også, men det enklere, vil jeg påstå, å implementere sidekjeder på UTXO-blokkjeder, sånn som Bitcoin og Cardano. Men det min påstand. I tillegg til de sidekjedene gjennom Hydra, så har vi noe som heter Mithril, og det skal vi få en video om etterpå. Mithril et av de prosjektene jeg med å teste, og det handler egentlig om, i første omgang, at stakingpool-operatører går sammen om å signere at noe riktig. Og i dette tilfellet så det en sånn oppdatering av blokkjeden og lage en database av den. Og det betyr i praksis, det betyr i praksis at vi kan laste inn wallets mye raskere. Jeg vet ikke om noen av dere har brukt Daedalus wallet. Kanskje ikke så mange, men noen har hørt det litt latter. Den tar lang tid. Det det vi kaller for sånn fullnode wallet. Det vil si at du laster inn hele blokkjeden. Med denne Mithril-teknologien så kan du med samme sikkerhetsgarantier laste inn databasen, men laste den inn basert på at du ikke må gå og spille opp hele historikken frem til det punktet som man signerer. Og det betyr at du kan få i løpet av minutter, eller i hvert fall mye, mye raskere enn å ta spillet av alt fra begynnelsen av. Og det egentlig noe som viser at det vi skal snakke om etterpå på governance, at det så utrolig viktig at Cardano-miljøet vet om de her tingene. For i siste sånn runde nå så hadde vi noe sånn at vi stemte over midler som skulle brukes på prosjekt. Og det et prosjekt som heter Daedalus Turbo, for at den skal gjøre den så mye raskere. Og de skal ha 7,5 millioner norske kroner, ca. $750 000. For å implementere det. Men vi hadde allerede implementert det gjennom Mithril, men det visste ikke mange i community, så de stemte det her inn. Så det også litt sånn, jeg prøver å fremstille ikke bare det positive siden, men det utrolig viktig at vi har gode sånne styringsregler på fordeling av midler. Og da kommer vi til Voltaire, som den siste og egentlig mest viktige fasen. Og Voltaire begynte allerede i 2020, så den har egentlig pågått under både Gogen og Basho-perioden. Men Voltaire handler egentlig om det her med å bygge opp miljøer for det enkelte i Cardano, i Norge, i andre land, og gi dem muligheten til å delta. For eksempel så har du Catalyst, som et eksperiment på governance, som egentlig den mobilapp der du tar et sånn snapshot av hvor mye ADA du holder, og så kan du bruke den ADAen til å stemme. Og så i siste runde nå så var det over 364 000 som hadde kastet stemmen sin. Så det har allerede begynt å bli et ganske stort globalt fenomen. Og Charles Hoskinson, han annonserte nå på Scottfest, The Age of Voltaire, som var i overgår, at det kommer også flere, det kommer såkalt membership-based organisasjoner, som kan være for eksempel Cardano-miljøet i Norge, som også skal implementere forskjellige styringsformer og fordeling av ressurser. Og det som jeg synes så fint med ressursene, at vi snakker ikke bare om å måle ting i penger. På Catalyst så har de flere som sosiale prosjekt. Du faktisk får, man måler heller i hvor stor påvirkning har det her på mennesker. Hvordan har vi gjort livet deres bedre? Det synes jeg personlig utrolig spennende. Og man driver og eksperimenterer med forskjellige former for stemmegivning, noe som heter som quadratic voting, der det at du har mye ADA i mindre grad skal påvirke hvor mye makt du har i forhold til stemmegivning. Og dette også egentlig veldig viktig for proof of stake-protokoller generelt. For en av hovedankerpunktene mot proof of stake er at jo lenger du med i systemet, og jo mer krypto du har i det systemet, jo mer vil du få makt i det. Og makt vil ha en tendens til å sentralisere seg mot de som har mye, de vil få mer. Derfor er det viktig å ha såkalte governance-systemer, der du får noen midler som redistribueres til nye prosjekt, til nye mennesker med nye ideer. Og på Cardano så fungerer det sånn at hver epoke, eller hver 5. dag, så tar du 20% av alt av fees pluss den inflasjonen Cardano har, og det går til treasury. Og den treasuryen er faktisk på 1 milliard ADA over det nå. Det er snakk om 3 milliarder norske kroner over det. Så det er store summer det er snakk om. Og sist nå, Fond 9, så ble det fordelt midler for 120 millioner til prosjekter. Og jeg sier egentlig til alle som er nye i Cardano at hvis det er ett område der det virkelig skjer ting nå, og det er muligheter på, så er det på governance-siden. Det er masse muligheter for å opprette sånne membership-organisasjoner. Det er masse muligheter til å få midler hvis du har noe prosjekt du ser etter. Det er masse roller som fylles i der. På Catalyst så har du et helt økosystem. Du har folk som har begynt å opparbeide seg ekspertise på å lage sånne såkalte proposals. Du har folk som nesten blir som politikere. Sist fond nå så var det flere tusen prosjekt du måtte stemme på. Og det ser man som en stor utfordring, for hvem har tid til å sette seg inn i 2000 prosjekt, liksom? Og løsningen på det er at man skal ha noe som heter flytende demokrati, der du kan stemme på de prosjektene og det du har kunnskap om, og så kan du delegere din stemme til andre som kanskje har ekspertiseområder på noe annet. Og det er såkalt sånn direkte representative. Og de kommer det muligheten for nå i november. Der er det masse muligheter. Og ja, som sagt, governance-siden til Cardano, der er det kjempemye muligheter fremover. Kanskje jeg skal bruke litt siste tida til å egentlig spørre om det er noe dere lurer på. Vi skal etterpå vise en presentasjon av Mithril, som jeg er med å teste også, men kanskje det er noen som lurer litt på noe i forhold til Cardano. Så kan vi bruke litt på det. Alt klart? Ok. Hva er staking? Jeg sa jo helt innledningsvis at du som bruker, du kan beholde alle adene på din wallet, men du kan delegere det til et sånt staking pool. Staking det er egentlig en samling av ADA som brukes til å verifisere blokkjeden. Et staking pool driver det her og validerer, men det validerer bare ut ifra hvor mye verdi som delegeres til det. Så til eksempel ADA Nordpool har 4,6 millioner ADA delegert til seg. De per nå har ansvar for ca. 4 blokker per epoke, altså hver 5. dag, som oppdaterer med transaksjoner. Så stake, hva er egentlig det? Jo, det er selve livsånden i Cardano med at vi verifiserer blokkjeden og sikrer at alt blir riktig.
Tar du teknisk spørsmål nå, eller?
La oss prøve å ta et, ja.
Må bare avbryte meg hvis det litt for greier, men altså... Dette med vedvar, sorry. Dette med å... Hvis jeg lager en løsning, en fantastisk superløsning, la oss si dette med at jeg ønsker å låse min enorme ADA-formue til mine døtre.
Ja.
Sant? Så ikke jeg skal surre dem vekk på biler og datamaskiner og sånn. Og så lager jeg en smart contract, og så låser jeg så mye på den i UTX-zonen, ikke sant?
Ja, ja.
Den smart-kontrakten er jo kodet, la oss si, i dag, med en viss versjon av Plutus. Og så sier jeg at mine døtre skal få tilgang til dette om 10 år. Hvordan tenker man å ivareta bakoverkompatibiliteten på de smartkontraktene. For du så jo det under Plutus Pioneer Program, ikke sant? Du hadde en uke, og så neste uke så var det selvfølgelig veldig sånn immature greie, så måtte du ha et helt annet Plutus library. Men når du kjører dine stakepool-noder, så er det basert på the latest and greatest av Plutus,
Plutus
ikke sant?
versjon 2 per nå.
Ikke sant? Så om 10 år frem i tid, så den smartkontrakten, den adressen er jo hasha ut ifra min smartkontrakt, som har en Plutus-versjon som er 10 år tilbake i tid. Så hvordan i all verden har man tenkt å... Jeg klarer ikke helt å finne ut hvordan det fungerer.
Ok. Det under den Basho-perioden som jeg snakket om, der han liksom gjorde denne programmerings- og effektiviseringsløsningene, så gikk vi fra det som heter Plutus versjon 1 til Plutus versjon 2. Plutus versjon 1 kan du fortsatt bruke på blokkjeden, også etter oppgraderingen, men den kan ikke snakke med Plutus versjon 2-kontrakter. Den er ikke kompatibel med hverandre. Men det er mulig å hente ut, hvis du bruker samme koden fra Plutus versjon 1, sånn som jeg forstår det, så kan du fortsatt bruke den Plutus versjon 1-kontrakten. Men du kan ikke liksom snakke da, hvis du skulle basert på et ny smartkontrakt, prøvde å hente den ut fra den, med Plutus versjon 2. Det er sånn jeg har forstått at den interoperabiliteten er. Men det er et kjempegodt spørsmål. For eksempel, hvordan skal vi da kunne... For dette var jo bare et eksempel på en statisk kontrakt, men la oss si at det er kontrakter som skal snakke med andre kontrakter, og de igjen skal oppgradere seg. Da har du et kjempeproblem hvis du ikke har den interoperabiliteten. Så det er egentlig et veldig godt spørsmål. Men per nå, så Plutus versjon 1 fungerer fortsatt, men bare med Plutus versjon 1. Og Plutus versjon 2, som er den som man driver nye kontrakter med, den har ikke den interoperabiliteten med versjon 1. Håper det var litt svar på spørsmålet. Ja, vi kan ta det etterpå. Ja. Det var et spørsmål til. Ja. Kan vi ta mikrofonen?
Ja, skal vi få på mikken her.
Så hva slags tiltak gjør Cardano eller kan gjøre for å forhindre on-chain censorship, som vi ser for eksempel med ETH, eller hvis det kommer nye regulatoriske krav? Mika, godt eksempel, og lignende. Hva gjør Cardano sånn at det ikke kan bli sensurert av bad actors eller med dårlige intensjoner?
Det er et kjempegodt spørsmål av flere grunner. Hvis jeg kan referere til denne roadmappet, så snakket jeg litt om at vi gikk fra at vi hadde sånne egne IP-adresser vi brukte til å snakke med hverandre, og vi måtte skrive dem ned. En del exchanger, de har bevisst valgt samarbeid med nodeoperatører for å prioritere sine egne transaksjoner. Og du kan faktisk velge å blokkere noen IP-adresser, sånn at bare de transaksjonene lokalt kommer igjennom. Det er et uhyre viktig spørsmål. Det man har løst det med, er at man har åpnet for at det er så mange noder at du kan ikke sensurere det fra en plass. Det måtte i så fall vært global sensur av det her. Og så lenge den noden har en blokk som er valid, så vil den slippe innom så lenge en eneste node faktisk sender den blokken. Så da måtte den sensurert alle 3000 noder i alle land for å kunne blokkere det. Så jeg vil si at Cardano på sånn sett er mindre sensurvennlig enn en del andre blokkjeder. Men det er et uhyre viktig spørsmål, fordi at du har denne tendensen til at vi som stakingpool-operatører vil prøve å prioritere noe. Der er det viktig at dere som community er med på å delegere til de pools som ikke driver med denne sensureringen. Kult. Kult spørsmål. Noen andre spørsmål? Ja?
I'll say it in English.
Yeah, sure. Let's do English.
How hard is it to operate a stake pool, for instance?
Yeah.
I mean, do you need the vast knowledge, or do you think anyone could do it?
Yes. I think anyone can do it. I think the training period we had during the first testnet, Jormungandr, that lasted 6 months, we created so many tools that someone that comes to the ecosystem now, you can read guides, and it's basically, you can maybe in a week understand how to operate a staking pool. The key here is not only to operate it, but how to operate it safely. Do you have a follow-up on that?
Yeah, because we saw when it was, when was it now, the last update? Not everyone wanted to update, or something happened there, right? And I imagine if you're not good enough at handling those updates, or because it was a problem because someone updated to that version that was bugged in a way, or, you know.
That's a great observation. You know, actually, SPOs or staking pool operators have saved, pardon my French, ass of the Cardanos a few times because there have been bugs and staking pool operators have refused to upgrade until this has been properly tested on the testnet. So already now the power is decentralizing. It's not only IOHK. We as staking pool operators have a responsibility to the community. And that's something I personally carry with me. I believe a SPO or staking pool operator needs to have proper ethics. They need to communicate their values and why they are running the blockchain. Yeah. Okay. If that's no more questions, I think we'll start to introduce the Mithril video. Well, there was no more? Okay. So this video here is quite technical. Jeg var allerede I engelsk, så ok. Arnaud Bailly, en fransk forsker og head of det her teamet til Mithril, han kommer til å vise litt og forklare hva Mithril er. Men tenk på det som en sånn skaleringsløsning som skal gjøre ting raskere I forhold til wallets. Det det egentlig handler om. Hva jeg trenger å gjøre for å starte?
Hello everyone, thank you for having me. This is Arnaud Bailly and I will be present you our work on the Mithril Network in order to provide secure snapshots for faster bootstrap. So, what's the plan for this presentation? So I will try to explain what is Mithril really, and motivate this technology. Then I will go over the Mithril protocol and the network, explaining how it works in broad terms. We'll have a short demo after that, and I will, the last part of the presentation, I will try to hint at what's coming next, and of course I will conclude. A few words about me. So I've been developing software for quite a while now. I joined IOG as the technical architect for Hydra, which I'm still work on as part of the rest of my work. I'm also the lead architect for Mithril since September last year, and I've been newly appointed as the head of architecture for Cardano at IOG. So, why Mithril? Well, we all know that Cardano's blockchain is extremely secure, and thanks to the Ouroboros protocol and the number of block producers, so the 3,000 or so stake pool operators that produce new blocks based on the amount of stake they own and diffuse the block, which are replicated across the whole network. So this makes for a very robust system where each and every node that takes part into the network holds a full copy of the blockchain. And that's, of course, the basic principle of blockchain. In our case, it's all based on the proof of stake Ouroboros protocol, and it ultimately depends on the stake distribution, and which is a very important parameter of the system. Obviously, this works, and makes for a very robust system, but this comes at a cost, and this cost is really speed of synchronizing the node with the full network. Obviously, when a new node is started, and when a new node connects for the first time to the network and needs to synchronize and replicate the whole blockchain, it takes a while. So this is just a quick experiment I ran a few days ago, synchronizing a node with the mainnet, and you can see that it takes about, well, nearly 2 days to be done, or 1 day and a half. Takes some time. That's a problem, obviously, in various circumstances. For example, when one seldom uses her wallet, his or her wallet, and comes back to the network, wants to do some transaction, and now it could take a couple or even more hours to fully synchronize with the rest of the chain. Also, obviously, when newcomers join, it takes some time. When one wants to deploy a new instance of the node, also in various for various purposes, all these operations take time. So the idea of the first use case of Mithril that we have been working for is really providing fast bootstrapping of Cardano node. That's our main line of work currently. This is not the only use case for Mithril. There have been even in the original paper, there's been a use case explored for voting system over Bitcoin and potentially more secure light wallets, but we'll talk a bit more about this later. But our current, the main, I would say, the main target for the Mithril team right now is to deliver a system that enables fast bootstrapping of Cardano nodes, or full Cardano nodes, not any part of the system. So yeah, this is really the goal and the reason why Mithril has been developed and invented and developed. So how does it work? What is really Mithril? Well, first of all, it's a research paper. It's a research paper co-authored by Piros Kairos and Agelos Kayas, our chief scientists at IOHK. And this research paper is really about a cryptographic system for so-called stake-based threshold multi-signatures. I won't go into the details of the paper, of course. You're welcome to read it. It's well, very interesting, also very engaging. So let's try to provide an intuition of how the system works. The goal of Mithril is really to produce multi-signatures, taking into account the stake of the participants. What we built is the system. So here is a screenshot of something you could find on what we call the Mithril Explorer of a certificate, and I will try to demonstrate or to illustrate how the protocol works through the various elements that appear on the screenshot. So the main, the starting point for the protocol is obviously the protocol parameters, which are in the lower left corner of this screen. And these protocol parameters are actually define the process of something which is akin to lottery. The principle, the very basic, the foundational principle of this Mithril is really that each party will draw a lottery and try to get winning tickets from a lottery, and those winning tickets give a party the right to produce a signature. And the system is geared in such a way that once you have enough signatures, then you can produce an aggregate multi-signatures, which combined provides you with a probabilistic argument, provides you some certainty that the state, that some consensus has been reached, and the state is actually what the signers say it is. So the main part, the first parameter is really the number of lottery that needs to be drawn by each number of tickets that it needs to be drawn by each party. So in this case, it's 100, which means that each signer will run the lottery or draw the ticket for the lottery 100 times. The second parameter is K, is the number of wins, the number of winning tickets that are needed to produce an aggregate multi-signature. So in this case, it's 5. And the last parameter is used to control how the stake will be used in defining whether or not one has a winning ticket. Then, obviously, the signature needs to be signature of something. One of the things that is signed as part of certificate, and it's always part of the certificate, is the stake distribution. But in order for the snapshots to be useful for fast bootstrapping of a node, we need to provide, to sign this snapshot and to define what this snapshot is. In this particular case, what the snapshot is the chain, what we call the chain database. So it's the on-disk representation of the blockchain itself for some epoch and some immutable file number, and obviously for some network. So that's what will be snapshot, and the signatories will issue a signature of the hash of this data. And then this produces a certificate with some signers. So here we can see that we have 4 signers identified by their pool IDs and associated with some stage. What's interesting, that's something interesting to highlight, the fact that number of signers is not exactly the same as the number of signatures that we will try. And this is the case because one signer can actually issue more than one signature. In other words, one signer can actually have more than one winning lottery ticket when it draws from for the lottery. And this is really predicated on the how the stake is distributed. And the more stake one has, the more likely it is to get a winning ticket. The rest of the certificate is really the hash and the previous hash. And this is so because the certificates are chained together, really, and that in order to produce a certificate chain. This certificate chain is what really provide the full security for Mithril. So when one issues, when a certificate is issued by aggregating all the signatures for a given snapshot, for a given what we call a beacon, then this certificate is also linked to the previous certificate, to the last certificate of the previous epoch. The reason this is done in this way is because what actually provides the security of some certificate at some epoch is the fact that the stake distribution that is needed to produce this certificate at some epoch n is actually the one that's been signed in the previous epoch, at epoch n-1. And because the stake distribution is computed at each epoch binary, there is a link. The certificates are chained are chained through the various epochs. The interesting thing is that this makes for a much shallower chain than, well, the actual blockchain of the blocks in the actual network. Here, worst case, if we imagine that we would have a full certificate down to Genesis, this would account for a few hundred or a few thousand of certificates, and not a few millions or a few tens of millions, as would be the case for blocks. This is how we get a faster verification process, and at the same time we get the same level of security that the actual blockchain itself, down to a Genesis certificate. How this is deployed is what this is the current construction architecture of the Mithril Network. So the Mithril Network is currently made of 3 main parts. So the most important one is the signers. So Mithril signer is a process that's deployed by stake pool operators alongside their kind of nodes in order to produce signatures. And the signers, each signer is responsible for producing signatures using some keys that are generated, and the keys, the keys are generated for each signing round, and the signer registers themselves with the aggregator using the CAS keys and the operational certificate that they need to produce in order to be able to mint blocks, which means that we have a guarantee that we can identify the signers, and we have the guarantee that when a signer registers, it is actually a valid signer, which is part of the actual stake distribution. In the middle of the diagram, you can see the Mithril aggregator. Mithril aggregator is the entity that is responsible for providing cadence to the system to define a so-called beacon. The beacon is used in order to, at regular interval, says to the signer when a new signing round starts. And the Mithril aggregator is also responsible for aggregating the signers' registration, their keys, and also to aggregate the actual signatures. And once it aggregates the signatures, then it can, when it gets enough signatures, it can produce a valid certificate, attach the certificate to a snapshot, and deliver these snapshots and certificates to the Mithril client on the right of the diagram, which is the thing that will be used by clients, wallets, operators, anyone who is interested in downloading a snapshot of the full node, the full blockchain, and verify it using the certificates that are produced by the aggregator. So two important things about the diagram. So obviously there is, right now, this is an intermediate state with the centralized Mithril aggregator because, well, it makes things easier at first to really refine and architect the system. But obviously this is not the end goal. The goal is really to build a fully decentralized system. And this is relatively easy because the aggregator itself it doesn't need to be trusted. That's an important part, an important property of the Mithril protocol and network is that the signers need to be trusted, of course, and that's and there is the whole protocol is geared toward providing valid signatures. But the aggregator itself, anyone can actually produce an aggregated signature, as long as this signature and the signature itself, the aggregated signature itself, contains enough data to make sure that it is validly produced. And that's an interesting property because it makes it possible for having anyone being an aggregator. And then the Mithril client could connect to various aggregators depending on the needs and depending on the level of services that they are interested in. So yeah, let's have a short demo, something very quick in order to give you a sense of how it can work. So this is the screenshot of the Mithril Explorer page that you can find by following the mithril.network page. Let's have a look at, so let's log into the machine for where I run some nodes or I do some experiments. So here the idea is that I will retrieve a snapshot using the Mithril clients so that we get a good understanding of what we end up with. So first thing is obviously to pull the image. So there is a Mithril client Docker image that we can use. There are also binaries that are produced for Linux. So here I already downloaded an image, so it's present. The image is relatively lightweight. So does not consume too much resources, or 126 megabytes. Then we need to define some parameters for the verification process to work. So here we need to set the Genesis verification key. So the Genesis verification key is, well, what seeds the whole certificate chain. Then we can actually list, once we have the parameters set, we can actually list what certificates, what snapshots are available. So here I will download a list in JSON, potentially, yeah. If I pipe that to JQ, so we have some, yeah, here is some syntax highlighting. We can see that, yeah, we have a list of certificates which are available, which is pretty cool. Then once we can decide to restore our last, the head or the last certificate. So this is the first element. And now we get the digest for the certificate we are interested in. And we can actually download this snapshot. So this is the next command I would like to run. I can download the snapshot. So here, yeah, it doesn't change. So if I download the snapshot, this is pretty quick. Obviously, this is pretty quick because we are running on a pre-prod network, which is very small. If it would be on the main chain, it would take much more, but it will take much less time than to synchronize a node. Experiments we ran recently gave us a ratio between 1 to 10 or 1 to 50, between 1 to 10 and 1 to 20, which is like a huge speed up. Once we have downloaded the snapshot, we can restore it. So restoring the snapshot implies that we'll unpack the archive, and then once the archive is unpacked, we need to verify all the certificates. So here, once again, it's pretty fast because we don't have that many epochs and don't have that many certificates to generate, but it ultimately unpacks the snapshot, and now we can actually start a full Cardano node. And the Cardano node itself will start using the Krypto network and using the data that's been provided by and extracted by Mithril. So here you can see the first thing that the Cardano node does, it's validating the chunks of data that's been generated by Mithril, which is very fast in our case. Once again, it would be slower in mainnet, but it would take a few tens of minutes instead of hours. And now the Cardano node is running and attempting to connect to the network in order to receive the rest and synchronize with the tip of the blockchain. Okay, that's our demo. So what's next? Well, basically, first step, well, we are currently working on decentralizing the Mithril network, which means that, practically speaking, will be piggybacking on the actual Cardano network. So this will be a big step forward because it will fully disconnect the Mithril signers from the aggregators. And now the aggregators could just be anyone following the chain, or rather following the Mithril protocol and harvesting data from Mithril protocol and producing the snapshots and the aggregated multi-signatures for consumption by potentially clients in various settings. The other thing that we are exploring that will come next will be extended usage, so providing Mithril signatures for parts of the chain state, like the UTXO set or the stake distribution, and potentially exploring the use of Mithril as backbone for a voting system. And yeah, why not? Mithril on the blockchain, because Mithril is pretty much blockchain agnostic as long as we have some definition of a stake, which could be just one party, one stake, or one unit of stake, and potentially we could imagine using Mithril for other blockchains. As a matter of conclusion, I would like to suggest that, yeah, just come play with us. You can start using Mithril now on the preview and pre-prod networks. It's an open source project and it's developed in collaboration with the community. There are regular touch points and demos to watch. You can check out the Mithril Network website for more info and documentation. You can join us on Discord. There is a channel dedicated to Mithril, which is obviously called Moria. And you can also contribute on GitHub. Thank you very much for listening. And yeah, looking forward to hear from you if you have any questions.
Så. Jeg tror Eystein må svare på spørsmål til den her. Ja, den var avansert. Men det kan jeg si, det jeg fikk med meg da, vi hadde en Linux-terminal der med en Cardano-node, hvordan konfigurerte den for da multi-sig. Så basically at man har 3 nøkler til en safe, og så husker blokkjeden den. Det var en too long didn't read. Yes, så nå skal jeg må hente jukslappen min, fordi jeg begynner å bli gammel. Vi skal kåre et prosjekt. Skal vi se om vi lærer å få tak i Eva og Beatrice ute der. De står på som juling ute der. Gidder du å sjekke Eystein, se om de er der? Der, det dukker opp nå. Nice. Yeah. Oh. Der er du, Bea. Hils på Beatrice Anihiri.
Det får bare være. Oi, tusen takk. Jeg bare venter på Eva. Har vi hatt en grei kveld?
Og så skal vi se. Og så har vi Eva.
Hei. Er det på? Så vi har da fått oppgaven å presentere årets nordiske Cardano-prosjekt, som det som så greit med oss her er det at vi har så mange ressurser, og som dere sikkert har møtt, så har vi jo da for eksempel NIDO og Eystein, som begge da tar del i da Cardano-nettverket. Og vi tenkte at, ok, hva kan vi gjøre for disse folk her? Det er mange kule prosjekter der ute som som vi da kan gi en liten oppmerksomhet til da. Ja. Så da kjørte vi en liten hva skal vi si? Liten spørreundersøkelse hvor dere da kunne sende inn forslag til hva dere tenkte kunne vært en kandidat for årets nordiske Cardano-prosjekt. Og da hadde vi ganske mange nominerte. Da for eksempel Blank. Centaurify, som da var her tidligere. Og så hadde vi Eagon. Og så fikk vi Grankies. Og Eternal. Meld. Oi. Nei. Nei. Og NIDO, som var sist nevnte. Så siden jeg da har klart å kjøre videre på den presentasjonen, så skal jeg bare ta og si det jeg skulle si. Ja, takk.
Hey, Cardano community. We are honestly stunned. Project.
Det var ikke den.
16, 15.
Så. Der var vi. 14. 15. Der var vi. Det var NIDO. Sånn, supert. Så, årets nordiske Cardano-prosjekt har dype røtter i den svenske skogen. Og det har tatt Cardano-community med storm, og har allerede en desktop og mobilapp som ferdig produkt.
De er i stadig utvikling, og ryktene sier at en og ny og enda bedre versjon er rett rundt hjørnet. Det sies at de hadde mer enn 50% av transaksjonsvolumet til Cardano en 24-timers periode i slutten av oktober i år. Ja.
Nå fikk vi det kanskje litt spoilet i stad, men vinneren av Cardanos nordiske prosjekt er Eternal. Og de hadde dessverre ikke mulighet til å være her i dag, så da kjørte vi en liten video fra de, som dere fikk se litt av i stad.
Hey, Cardano community. We are honestly stunned. Project of the year at the Nordic Cardano Community Summit. Thank you so much. We always try to keep pace with what's happening in the Cardano ecosystem, listening to your feedback and developing features that we believe will improve your experience with the Cardano blockchain. Your positivity, your awesome ideas, and your constructive feedback motivates us and honestly makes Eternal what it is today. So thank you so much for that. I also would like to thank the team behind Eternal. That's our developers, Ola, Mike, Marcus, our hard-working mod team on Discord, and all the others who help in the background where they can. Thank you guys.
Jag vill även säga tack till alla som varit inblandade i att arrangera Nordic Summit. Jag hoppas själv kunna närvara nästa år. Tack så mycket.
So, what's next for Eternal? Thanks to Project Catalyst and the votes of the Cardano community, we started working on Eternal version 2. The new UI designs look stunning, and we have some new features in the pipeline that will make your Eternal experience even better. So, Thanks again, Cardano community.
Ja. Tack. Dankjewel. Danke. Vielen Dank. I messed that up.
Det der var planlagt, by the way. Ja, da var det Ken Erik sin tur igjen. Ja, det var din tur.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, da har vi det nordiske Cardano-prosjektet på plass. Jeg skal si min greie da. Etter å ha slitt med Daedalus Wallet og sync issues, oppdateringer. Så det var faktisk Eternal Walleten, det var mitt neste steg i evolusjon i Cardano. og du, det var natt og dag, for å si det forsiktig. Yes, Ja, nei, jeg skal ikke YouTube på denne særlig veien. Det kunne ha gått galt, men det er en annen historie. Men never mind. Vi snakket litt om eiendom. Har vi han godeste Daniel uti her? Greia er, vi har jukset, vi hoppet litt sånn frem og tilbake i skjemaet her da, for det var så innmari godt med pizza. Så jeg sitter... Beatrice, kunne du bare stikke ut og så hørt om han Daniel Johnsen? Der var han! Sorry. Vi lurte Bea da. Ok, Daniel, kom hit litt rann. Fordi, vi har jo, det fraksjonaliseres aper, det fraksjonaliseres mye rart på blokkjeden, men det her med eiendom, der har man liksom, sånn jeg har forstått da, så er det er fortsatt en beta der som er veldig sentralisert. Jeg vet at norske Brønnøysundregister for eksempel, de har jo faktisk, de er ganske degen, de holdt på i 2019 og 18 vet jeg at de drev og testet til greiene. Men for å få blant annet grunnboka vet jeg, for å on-chain, og så snublet de litt sånn privacy issues, men det er en annen sak. Men jeg i hvert fall for Kristiansand, Mandal, enda lenger syd. Kan ikke du bare fortelle oss, Daniel, hvordan Mandals syn på fraksjonalisert eiendom egentlig er? Vær så god.
Det skal vi gjøre. Skal vi se, jeg må bare finne... Nei, for jeg har den ikke i PDF. Så Thomas skulle legge den klar på nettleseren til meg, tror jeg.
YouTube. Facebook.
Det gjorde han ikke. Er Thomas i nærheten? Jeg sendte han på mail til han. Skal vi se. Hvem sin Facebook er det som er oppe der?
Det her er Thomasen. Er det noe vi... Er det noe vi skal...
Skal vi se her. Jeg skal bare få kopiert den. Skal vi se. Sånn. Thomas Lindseth, melding. Skal vi se. Der skal det komme inn til...
Og så er det å få den her over på...
Nå trenger du ikke gjøre den.
Ja, vi må ha den på riktig skjerm.
Sånn, ja. Og så må jeg skanne den QR-koden. Det kan jeg ta... Vi så tekniske at vi styrer rett og slett presentasjonen med telefonen. Sånn, da var vi der. For de som ikke har hilst på meg, så heter jeg Daniel Johnsen, og jeg da grunnleggeren av Fraction.Estate, som et veldig nytt prosjekt. Vi startet i august-september, og begynte å legge en plan for hvordan vi skulle løse dette her. Blokkjedeteknologi utfordrer jo de tradisjonelle metodene innenfor bank og finans. Og med blokkjeder som Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain og Cardano, så håper vi jo da på at vi skal få revolusjonert måten ting blir gjort på. Mange av disse industriene har allerede begynt å endre på hvordan de gjør ting, og det er kommet mange nye produkter og tjenester på markedet. Det vi i Fraction.Estate ønsker å oppnå er at det skal være mulighet for alle å investere i eiendom. Og samtidig gjøre det til et flytende omløpsmiddel. I stedet for at kapitalen skal være låst, så vil du kunne flytte eiendelene dine frem og tilbake i løpet av sekunder. Fraction.Estate vil være en markedsplass der alle får like muligheter, og det vil jo bli gjort via et konsept som er tokenisering av eiendeler. Og det skal vi se. Jeg har fått litt lite tid på å forberede meg, så dere må bare prøve å følge med så godt dere kan. Eiendomsinvestering har jo vist seg å være en av de beste aktivaklassene i historien når det kommer til investering. Det er jo bare de siste årene egentlig at krypto har vist seg å være bedre. Eiendomsmarkedet på verdensbasis består av 217 billioner dollar. Og selv om eiendommen svinger som alle andre eiendeler, så er som regel verdiøkningen høyere enn inflasjonen. Eiendom, som sagt, har vært en fabelaktig investering i flere tiår, men tradisjonelle fremgangsmåter har mange utfordringer. Mange har dessverre ikke lenger mulighet til å investere i eiendom, på grunn av prisen på eiendom har økt så mye i forhold til gjennomsnittslønna. Dette gjør jo da at de må ta opp lån og sette seg i en økonomisk usikkerhet. Både med tanke på renteøkning og eventuelt prisnedgang. Vi i Fraction.Estate ønsker å løse disse problemene med å gi likviditet i eiendom, tilgang til de beste eiendommene, bevis på eierskap, redusere inngangsbarrieren, ha mer åpenhet og redusere transaksjonskostnader. Hvorfor valgte vi Cardano? Ouroboros er jo en rekke proof-of-stake-protokoller. Og det er jo det da Cardano bruker. I motsetning til Bitcoin og tidligere Ethereum, selv om ikke vi skal gå inn på hvem som er best på proof of stake, men etter min mening så er jo det veldig klart. Denne teknologien lover å være mer sikker og effektiv enn tradisjonell metode, og alt tyder på at Cardano er et ekstremt kraftfullt verktøy som man kan bruke i fremtiden. Cardano klarer å blomstre å holde raske transaksjoner og lave gebyrer uten å gi kompromiss når det kommer til desentralisering og sikkerhet. Cardano jo et ekstremt energieffektivt i forhold til andre blokkjeder, som blant annet Eystein snakket om, at du klarer det på en liten rockpie og kjøre en node i stedet for en svær mining farm for å gjøre den samme oppgaven. Ved å fjerne mellommannen skal Fraction.Estate gjøre det lettere og billigere for sluttkunden å kjøpe og selge eiendom, samtidig som vi i Fraction.Estate skal hente kapital til å tilby nye og spennende eiendommer. Tokenisert eiendom eiendom som har blitt digitalisert og lastet opp på blokkjeden. På grunn av dette kan kjøpes og selges slik som alle andre kryptovalutaer. Eiendommen vil bli delt opp i fraksjoner i form av NFT-er og solgt på vår markedsplass. Kundene der kan rett og slett kjøpe et fritt antall NFT-er. Og våre kjerneverdier vil være da å ha full åpenhet, tilgang til alle i verden og ingen inngangsbarriere. Vår løsning vil være fraksjonert eierskap og desentralisert. Ta desentralisert med en smule salt, for noen ting må være sentralisert i det tida vi nå. Sånn som med lov og regler så det ikke rett og slett mulig å gjøre det helt desentralisert. Det må være en aktør som sitter i bakkant og har et ansvar. Det vi har tenkt å gjøre, det å lage en rekke smartkontrakter som da vil gjøre at vi kan tokenisere eiendommer, tilfredsstille lovkrav og reguleringer. Vi må validere Know Your Customer. Det har jo litt med hvitvaskingslov og sånne ting å gjøre. Utsendelse av leieinntekter til verifiserte eiere, tilbakekjøpsauksjon av NFT-er. Det jo noe vi må implementere. Det hadde jo vært veldig kjipt hvis vi selger ut en eiendom til 100 personer, og det en av de personene som mister lommeboka si. Da den eiendommen egentlig ødelagt for alltid. Så måten vi har løst det på, det rett og slett det at du kan stemme på at det skal startes en tilbakekjøpsauksjon, der vi i Fraction.Estate da går inn og betaler det samme som verdien på eiendommen Sånn at da får vi trekt den tilbake fra alle sine lommebøker, og så kan de igjen da kan den igjen legges ut på markedet, og de som ønsker kan kjøpe den tilbake på nytt. Og det jo også da med avstemninger og avgjørelser som omhandler eiendommen. For eksempel skulle taket begynne å lekke, eller det på tide med renovering, så det da eieren av disse NFT-ene som stemmer over hvem og når dette skal gjøres. Her ser du jo litt hvordan det et eksempel på at en eiendom som delt opp i 100 NFT-er, der person A kjøper 25, og da blir 25% eier. Person B 35 og blir 35% eier, og 9% og så videre, sånn som det. Her har du da en oversikt over hvordan vi har sett for oss at denne plattformen skal se ut. Det rett og slett at vi har gjort en utregning på forventet inntekter, kostnader og så videre. Og det samme, det vil jo være for hver enkelt eiendom, så vil det være i detaljer, dokumenter, verdivurdering, tilstandsrapporter, alt vil komme opp på nettsiden. Sånn at den sluttbrukeren da kan gjøre en så god vurdering som overhodet mulig når de skal investere i den eiendommen. Vi vil ha en backend der du kobler rett og slett walleten din opp mot nettsiden, og du vil da starte en Know Your Customer validering før du får lov å kjøpe eiendom. Du vil da få en oversikt over alle eiendommene som du har kjøpt andel i, og du vil få en oversikt over hvor mye du har i verdier, hvor mye du har fått i inntekter og den totale ROI-en da. Vi har valgt å kategorisere 3 typer eiendommer som vi skal tilby. Det er bolig og leiligheter. Det er kanskje ikke så veldig god investering, men det gir en god cashflow. Du har som regel alltid leietagere, men avkastningen totalt sett på investeringer er ikke så høy. Så har vi nybygg, der vil jo det bli en mye høyere avkastning, men det vil være en lang periode der ikke du vil få leieinntekter. Men når bygget er oppe og det blir leid ut, så vil det jo gi en veldig god cashflow. Og så har vi boligblokk og næringslokale. Det kan gi veldig høy avkastning også å investere i næring. Men det er jo også en større risiko for at bygget står tomt i lengre perioder hvis man ikke får inn nye leietagere. Så er det prosessen. Hver eiendom vil bli kjøpt gjennom et dedikert AS. Dette gjør at i stedet for at du kjøper en del av eiendommen, så kjøper du en del av AS som eier eiendommen. Dette er gjort for at ikke du må betale dokumentavgift hver eneste gang du kjøper for 500 kroner, for eksempel. Hver eiendom blir leid ut, og utbytte fra leieinntektene blir fordelt månedlig ut til wallet-adressene som holder disse tokenene. Her blir det da trukket ifra property management-kostnader, pluss at det blir satt av en liten sum for vedlikehold, som da blir satt inn på konto til AS som eier eiendommen. Så er det litt om hvordan det fungerer. Her har jeg illustrert tankegangen på hvordan selve prosessen vil være. Det kan deles opp i 6 punkter. At et aksjeselskap dannes utelukkende med formål for å erverve eiendommen som skal tokeniseres. Selskapet konverterer sine aksjer om til NFT-er. Den tokeniserte eiendommen vil bli listet på vår markedsplass. Investorene kobler seg til markedsplassen med sin krypto-wallet og fullfører Know Your Customer-skjema, og kan deretter kjøpe og selge disse NFT-ene på markedsplassen. Fraction.Estate vil jo da forvalte eiendommen for investorenes beste. Det vil også si at hvis ikke vi klarer å leie den ut, så får ikke vi betalt. Leieinntektene fordeles ut til eierne av NFT-ene i form av fiat-tokens, som da er vår egen kryptotoken. Ved å fjerne mellommannen gjør tokenisering det enkelt og billig for investoren å kjøpe og selge eiendom gjennom Fraction.Estate. I utgangspunktet jo egentlig Fraction.Estate et alternativ til REITs eller eiendomsfond. Men Fraction.Estate har jo en rekke fordeler da, som blant annet muligheten til å investere i enkelteiendommer i stedet for en portefølje, muligheten til å stemme på avgjørelser som angår eiendommen, månedlig utbetaling av inntekter, mindre kostnader og lavere forvaltningsgebyrer, lavere minimumsinvestering og kan kjøpes og selges på sekunder. Så det tokenen vår, Fraction.Estate token, valutaen vi benytter på markedsplassen. Når du handler eiendom, og når du får utbetalt leieinntekter, det Fraction.Estate token som blir benyttet. Den designet for å belønne vårt samfunn og investorer, og det vil også gi oss muligheten til å til dels løsrive oss fra det kjente bear-markedet, da det hver eneste måned vil komme inn ny kapital til denne kryptovalutaen. Så når vi da går inn og så kjøper vi tar de leieinntektene og kjøper denne feed-token i ADA, og så veksler vi den over til feed. Så det vil alltid, likviditetspoolet vil alltid følges opp fra oss. Men selvfølgelig, hvis alle som investerer velger å kaste eller selge alle tokenene, så vil de jo selvfølgelig dra oss ned, men forhåpentligvis ikke så mye som det en kryptovaluta uten et bruksmønster ville gjort. Vi har 200 millioner Fraction.Estate token. 35% skal være på pre-sale, som i gang allerede nå. Vi skal sette 25% til kryptobørse. Vi har satt 15% i reservekapital. 10% går til Fraction.Estate og eierne. 9% til utvikling, 5% til markedsføring, og 1% som skal gå til veldedighet. Og det da våre brukere da, som skal få lov å velge. Som sagt så tokensalg, eller pre-salen allerede i gang. Vi foreløpig i trinn 1, veldig tidlig prosjekt. Og når man ønsker å kjøpe den, det eneste du trenger å gjøre, det å ta opp walten din, skanne QR-en, sende et valgfritt beløp, og i løpet av 1 til 2 minutter så har noden vår minta token tilsvarende det dere har sendt, og du får de tilbake bunnen til 1,41 ADA, cirka. Så konklusjonen vår jo det at tradisjonelle eiendomsinvesteringer krever en betydelig mengde papirarbeid, økonomisk forpliktelse og lange prosesser. Tokenisering adresserer eksisterende problemer med å introdusere mer driftseffektivitet og en informasjonsgjennomsiktighet i eiendomstransaksjoner, samt tilleggsfordelene da med at vi fraksjonerer det sånn at du kan investere i mindre beløp, og vil da gjøre det mer likviditet, eller gi mer likviditet til eiendomsinvesteringene med at du kan kvitte det med det relativt raskt. Vi har jo en visjon om å bli et fullverdig DeFi-økosystem, men sånn som det i dag, så ikke det 100% mulig. Vi blir nødt til å ha aktører som står i bakkant og juridisk ansvarlig for dette her. Men med tida så kan det jo være at skjøter og alt kommer opp på blokkjeden, og da vil vi videreutvikle på det. Så har vi litt linker. Dere finner oss på Twitter, Discord. Det er egentlig der vi er aktive foreløpig. Men vi har også lavet en Telegram, en Facebook og en Instagram-profil. Så kommer det skumle med hele greia. Skal vi se hva skjer nå? Nå skjedde det noe her. Og det er spørsmål. For det er det sikkert mange, og det er sikkert mange ting jeg ikke kan svare på også. Nå løper de rundt med mikken her, så tar vi det bare i først.
Hallo.
Hei sann.
I dette voting-systemet deres, hvordan verifiserer dere at noen for eksempel har mistet lommeboka si, og hvordan hindrer dere større aktører fra å true ut mindre gjennom voting-systemet?
Det er sånn, i vårt system så vil det være at eier du 60% av eiendommen, så har du 60% stemmerett. Det er rett og slett at du må kunne, det er ingen store aktører som ville gått inn og så kjøpt for 2 millioner og så kun få lov å stemme for 500 kroner. Men jeg tror ikke det vil være noe problem, for jeg tror ikke det er et produkt som vil appellere til personer som kunne gått og kjøpt en bygning til 50 millioner selv. Det er mer for den lille mann i gata, tenker jeg.
Litt ekstra her. Hva med hvis det er en bygning som viser veldig stort vekstpotensial? Vil ikke de da kunne se lønnsomheten i å skulle prøve å få disse aktørene ut og heller ta opp dem sin andel, ettersom at det viser en positiv økning?
Jeg fikk det ikke helt med meg.
Hvis vi for eksempel har en eiendom som er i veldig sterk økning, vil ikke da disse aktørene se det som veldig profitabelt å kvitte seg med de andre mindre aktørene og heller eie hele den delen selv? Er ikke det veldig sånn innlysende for en
Hvordan tenker du at de skulle kvitte seg med det?
Gjennom stemmesystemet?
Det stemmesystemet er det vi som aktiverer. Så det vil si at hvis vi går på inspeksjon, vi ser taket begynner å lekke, vi skriver i stemmesystemet, hei, nå ser det ut som det er på tide å skifte taket. Skal vi ta og bytte det nå, eller skal vi vente 3 måneder? Det samme er med den tilbakekjøpsmetoden. Det er Fraction.Estate som må aktivere den, og da vil de kunne stemme på det. Hvis det 70% sier nei, så er det nei, da får jeg ikke lov å kjøpe det tilbake. Men grunnen til enten at de gjør ikke noe den dagen det er bare si en lommebok som forsvinner, det gjør ikke noe for hele prosjektet, men si for eksempel den dagen plutselig eiendommen brenner ned. Jeg regner med at alle som har eierskap i denne eiendommen da har lyst å selge denne, eller tilbakeføre denne NFT-en da, sånn at de kan få pengene sine, og vi kan få forsikringspengene for å dekke tapet. Yes?
Ja, veldig bra spørsmål. Er det noen flere spørsmål? NIDO. Aha.
Han blir grillet. Jeg har gruet meg så til dette.
Men det går bra. Altså, vi grillet Meld her for et år siden, så...
Hvorfor velger dere å ha deres egne token i stedet for å la folk kjøpe i Eida?
Det er rett og slett for oss å reise kapital, sånn at man slipper å ha veldig mange investorer og ta opp masse lån. Vi tror at det er bedre for sluttbrukeren at ikke det er mange som skal ta profitt på dette her.
Noen flere spørsmål? Der var det spørsmål.
Han har spurt om vanskelige ting før i dag.
Altså jeg synes konseptet er kjempespennende. Som alltid sånne nye ting, så det spørsmål man har. Ja. Jeg bare tenker på dette med den lovmessighet, dette med lovene. Har jeg skjønt det riktig nå, så hvis dere legger ut en eiendom, og så shopper dere den opp i 100 NFT-er, og så kjøper vi 4-25 hver. Ja. Hva det noe i norsk lov som liksom sikrer meg leieinntekten av denne leiligheten? Det noen sånne papirer vi signerer selv? Hvordan jeg ivaretatt av det?
Den NFT-en, den en kontrakt med signatur på at du har eierskap i AS, si Festningsgata 45 AS. Så du vil ha, hvis du hadde tatt og så skrevet du den kontrakten
så norsk, hvis jeg ikke får de inntektene av dere da, sett at du eier AS, ja. Og så betaler ikke ut noen leieinntekter, og så går jeg til noen myndigheter eller et eller annet sted, så jeg ikke vet hvor det en, ja. Og så sier jeg, hei, jeg har en NFT her, jeg har ikke fått pengene mine. Det da altså hold i det?
Det et veldig godt spørsmål, og jeg har faktisk ikke 100% svar på det. Jeg i kontakt med PwC for å se på løsningen. Det blir en del kontrakter, både på som user agreements og sånn på nettsida. Og så blir det da på den NFT-en så blir det da en lovtekst som gir det rettigheter. Så ja, det på en måte en omvei i stedet for at du går rett inn og så skriver det på skjøtet. Men det hadde rett og slett vært veldig vanskelig med tanke på dokumentavgiften du måtte betalt hver gang eiendommen skulle flyttes på. Jeg håper det var sånn tålig greit svar på det.
Har vi noen flere spørsmål? Her har vi den. Nice.
Hadde jeg rett ved siden av.
Jeg lurer på, du kjøper deg inn i et AS, sier du?
Ja.
Må man ikke da selv ha et AS også?
Jo. AS blir juridisk eid av Fraction.Estate, men vi vil ikke ha noe bestemmelsesrett. Det eneste vi skal gjøre, det da holde det økonomiske, betale forsikringer. Alle juridiske avgjørelser og sammen med når du skal ha det der styremøtet og sånn, så gjennom den Know Your Customer valideringen, så vil vi da ha tilgang på mobilnummer og e-post og sånn at avgjørelse blir gjort på vegne av dere som sluttbrukere, i stedet for at det bare vi som gjør det.
Nice. Så hadde vi...
Det var bare en oppfølging på det du nettopp sa nå. Vil det da si at dere til enhver tid oppdaterer aksjeregistret?
Vi vil ikke oppdatere aksjeregistret til enhver tid. Det jo en gang i året. Så det blir jo da ved årsslutt, ja, at det vil bli registrert en oppdatering. Så hvis det blir transaksjoner i mellomtida, så vil det vil jo ligge i historikken, men det vil ikke komme opp på Brønnøysundregistrene, for å si det sånn.
Jeg ikke så vant til å prate i mikrofon.
Ikke heller.
Det var et veldig interessant prosjekt. Jeg synes det veldig bra med tanke på at det veldig mange unge som synes det vanskelig å komme inn på boligmarkedet og alt det der. Det som jeg liksom lurte på om du kort kunne kanskje oppsummere litt hva forskjellen på denne Fraction.Estate-prosjektet I forhold til Boostacoin. Jeg skjønner at dere har liksom voting-system, det har ikke jeg sett helt at den Boostacoin har, men ja, hvis du bare kunne oppsummert, hadde det vært fint.
Jo, jeg vil... Nå skal jeg ikke ta oss og snakke ned noen, men Boostacoin et prosjekt der du som eier av en bolig kan selge 20% av din bolig til Boostad. Da vil Boostad gi deg penger sånn at du kan ha mindre penger I lån, så du får mer likviditet. Det som jeg synes veldig dårlig I dette her, det at da Boostad 20% eiere I din eiendom. Det vil si at hvis ikke du klarer å betale tilbake, så kan du risikere at du mister huset ditt. Jeg har ikke sett på det juridiske og gått veldig I detalj på Boostad, men juridisk sett så skal de være 20% eier av din eiendom da. Og så bruker de den eiendommen da til å lave en stablecoin. Det vi gjør, det at det vi som kjøper hele eiendommen til å begynne med, og så gir vi muligheten til våre forbrukere om å kjøpe hele eiendommen. Så det, vi har egentlig ikke noe intensjon om å eie eiendommen selv. Det eneste vi skal tilføye det at vi en plattform, og vi også da en aktør som driver med eiendomsforvaltning. Så det jo litt sånn som forvaltningspartner for eksempel, som I Kristiansand holder på med. De tar alt av avgjørelse på vegne av kunden opp til en viss sum. Over en viss sum så må det en avstemning til, eller de må ringe til eieren av bygget og si, du, nå har det skjedd det og det. Jeg trenger 150 000 til å fikse avløpsrørene, for eksempel.
Knallbra. Yes, da var det. Bare sånn, digresjon på min side. Har man mulighet til å være med på prospektet her, altså før byggestart? Eller blir det kun når huset står på bakken?
Jeg nevnte det I sted, selv om jeg litt stammete og litt småbekymret. Vi vil dele det opp I 3 kategorier. Vi vil ha ferdige eiendommer, eller boliger og leiligheter. Vi vil ha nybyggprosjekter. Da kan du kjøpe deg inn allerede I oppstartfasen. Det vil jo da gi bedre avkastning, men det vil ta lang tid før du får noen leieinntekter. Og så har vi da sånn som næringsbygg og boligblokk og sånn, både som eksisterende fra før da. Så vi prøver å få så bredt spekter som mulig egentlig for å tilfredsstille alle sine interesser. Men så jo, som sagt, vi begynte I august-september med dette her, og ting kommer antageligvis til å forandre seg etter hvert som vi begynner å programmere og finne løsninger. Nå skal vi I en juridisk prosess gå gjennom alt og finne ut av hvordan skal vi gjøre dette her på riktig måte. Og det en tidkrevende prosess. Jeg fikk et anslag her I går på, hva var det 450 000 med revisor, advokat, hele pakka. Så det ikke noe vi tar lett på, for å si det sånn. Sikkerhet for kunden pri 1 for oss. Jeg ville nødig vært den personen som gjorde at en person mistet en eiendom, for å si det sånn. Var det flere spørsmål?
Ja. Så de holderne av fraksjonerte NFT-ene, de får da penger, altså leieinntekt, sånne ting, I FET-token.
Ja.
Hvor ofte det skjer?
Hver måned.
Hver måned. Så hver måned vil egentlig det realisere skatt. Vil ikke det da? Siden de får en token, da vil jo det kunne realisere skatt der og da, pluss neste gang du gjør noe med tokenset, så må du realisere gevinst, eller tap da, for all del. Hvordan takler dere det, og at man skal ha så mye skatteprosess da, for potensielle kunder?
Tenker du på hvordan du skal regne det ut og sånne ting?
På en måte, hva tenker kunden på en måte om det at de må skatte, liksom, en gang i måneden så får de tokens, da må du skatte verdien. I tillegg til det jo en kryptotoken som vil jo gå opp og ned i pris, akkurat som tangible, hvor prisen var veldig høy i en liten periode, og så var det manipulering av noen få aktører, krasjet tokenprisen. Så la oss si at du har fått tokens, de har vært veldig mye på starten, men du taper jo verdien da, så på en måte er spekulasjon.
Det blir jo egentlig litt grann som når du trader. Du har for eksempel kryptosekken som har en API, der du kan hente ut hver gang du gjør en trade. Og så du skatter jo ikke hver måned, du skatter jo en gang i året. Så det vi har tenkt på jo at vi skal ha en API for transaksjonene, sånn at for eksempel kryptosekken da vil kunne gå inn og hente den dataen, sånn at, for det et stort problem. Jeg hadde tilbake i 2017 så hadde jeg over 17 000 transaksjoner på en måned. Så jeg kjenner til det der problemet der, for å si det sånn.
For på en måte, hele poenget jo på en måte å gjøre lettere, mer tilgjengelig, på en måte noe nytt da, innovativt.
Ja.
Men vil ikke også være litt motsiktende at man da får tokens som jo en transaksjon, ikke at du skal liksom skattemelding hver måned da, men du får jo tokens hver måned som har en skattbar verdi da. Vil ikke det være som...
Men du vil jo få en skattbar verdi på sekundærbolig. Hvis du hadde gått rett ut i gata og kjøpt en eiendom på vanlig måte, så måtte du betale 22% skatt på alle inntektene der uansett. Så det egentlig helt likt som med krypto. Det eneste som vanskelig med kryptoskatting, det rett og slett at du skal vite kostnaden der og da, og du skal loggføre alle transaksjonene. Ellers egentlig skatteprosessen der likedan for eiendomsinvestering som med krypto.
Jeg vet det sikkert masse spennende flere spørsmål vi kunne snakke om. Og jeg må jo si, fraksjonalisering av eiendom, det i kryptospacet. Det interessant, en interessant dans. Fordi foreløpig så det noe at det litt sentralisert, sånn som du sier, du må, du kommer ikke unna det.
Nei, vi må det foreløpig, men forhåpentligvis 5, 10, 15 år til.
Yep. Hvor vi hen i liksom tidslinja på kryptospace, liksom? Vi liksom, det over i morgen, eller vi akkurat her nede i bakken? Det liksom det går på. Og det masse rynker som skal rettes ut. Skatt nevnt. Det sånn jeg tenker da. Så derfor jeg sier, en eller annen dag så får vi kanskje grunnboka på blokkjede. Kanskje de bruker Sequoia, Snarks eller Merkle Root Proof for å ikke dele ut privacy-informasjon på den biten der. Så.
Forhåpentligvis vi så stor aktør innen da at vi bistår dem med det.
Det helt riktig. Det dere som løser det for dem faktisk. Men uansett, vi kraftig på overtid, som jeg skulle til å si. Først vil jeg bare si tusen hjertelig takk til alle sammen som holdt ut helt til the very bitter end. Det dere som det hardcore. Ja, det fortjener applaus, helt riktig. Vi har en god degen gjeng som har hengt med på YouTube-livestreamen i hele dag også. Dere skal også ha en god applaus, synes jeg faktisk. Og nok en gang, tusen takk til de som har apa inn i superchatten der og gitt en lite bidrag på gilde her i kveld. Så ryktebørsen.no sier det at det blir en god hurv som samles borte på Gevir. Det jo da, hvis dere går forbi Tone Hotel nede i gata her, og så der har dere, hvis dere hilser for at dere kommer fra Cardano-gjengen her, så blir dere tatt godt imot der. Jeg kjenner ikke til alle detaljene, men jeg vet det i hvert fall det satt av en krok til oss. Her blir det moro, og ja, hvem som tar første runde i baren, det vet jeg ikke, men det kommer sikkert til å bli veldig moro for dem som henger med. Og så kan jeg vel jeg kan jo si sånn at Cardano Summit 2023 den allerede bak i bakhodet her. Så jeg håper det at dere klare for å komme tilbake hit igjen, omtrent ish på denne her tida av året. Så med det så det egentlig bare å si tusen hjertelig takk for meg. Ja. Ja, det online, så basically ser meg, Eystein, kanskje vi klarer å lure Beatrice litt inn på, og noen andre kryptohoder. Så skal vi prate litt igjen om det som har kommet ut fra det sentrale Europa, når det kom der nede. Ja, hovedventen der nede. Skal vi ta noen keypoints der? For det også altså det skjer jo ting da over hele det Tokyo, det Los Angeles, det liksom her i Oslo så skal vi ha en liten oppsummering av det og så for noe mer spennende vi hadde på tapeten her, Eystein mulig det kommer noen mer kule videoer, ja så det content i morgen også det kan du ta god og fyllesjuk fra sofaen. Neida. Kjempekoselig om dere tar med det som står på bordet for dere og kaster i søpla. Utover det så skal vi ta for oss resten. Så med det, tusen takk for meg. Tusen takk for at dere hang på. Nydelig greier. God tur hjem.